Yeah, now we're live.
Heyo,
Yeah,
howdy
not much.
everybody.
Yeah, I was just hanging out and was like, you know what? Nah, I'll go live for a while.
Cool. I've just been chilling. Searched a box of $50. Found 190%. 64 Kennedy.
Oh, that's nice.
Still got another box to search later on.
Hey, man, if you can get a 90%er out of every box, you're doing good.
Yeah, right. Got some cool stuff in the mail today.
Oh, yeah?
Let me switch my camera around.
Oh, you got one of the Pac-Mans, huh?
Yeah,
Nice.
these things are cool. To be honest, I thought it was the regular Pac-Man, but I'm much happier with this one.
I, See, I'm not a big fan of the digitized. I'd rather it be round.
Yeah,
Hello, Nancy T. and Ronald Lutz. Welcome. Oh, that's a nice looking Benji.
yeah, got this from Mia from her wheel.
Yeah, that's a really clean Benji.
The coolest thing I got though, what is this?
Batman.
It's a yeah, Batman figure statue type thing. I won
You
this
got a
on one of those claw games.
you got a Batman doll. No,
But
damn it, it's an action figure.
yeah,
Right
but
on. You got that out of a
yeah,
claw machine?
yeah, one of those online claw games. It's called Tariba.
Not
Um,
familiar with it at all.
it's based out of Japan. You play like real live claw machines for real prizes. Um, you have to pay to play, but
Hmm,
if after you pay a certain amount, you get a free play every day, and um, shipping is generally free, like once a week, and it's really cool.
that's yeah, that sounds interesting.
We
I
got
mean,
that one, and then they got one called Winner Winner. It's the same concept, but that one's based out of United States.
playing like claw machines and actually online and getting prizes.
Yep. I have a couple of videos posted of me playing them, actually.
Hmm, I'll have to go and check those out. That sounds kind of interesting. Well, I appreciate it, Dennis.
It's a lot of fun.
And we've got lovely girl in here as well. Step
Hello,
outside and
lovely girl.
smoke part of a cigarette. I think I have half one out there already. Yeah, I do. And you guys can see my kitty cat.
Hey, Ronald Lutz, Dennis Jameson, Nancy T, lovely girl.
For being a feral cat, he's awful picky on his food choices. Aren't you,
Oh, yeah.
Midnight? Yeah, after he was here for a couple of days, I went and got a bag of Friskies for him.
Hmm.
Yeah, and he really liked it. Then I tried getting a couple of little, just Dollar Tree bags of food to see if he would eat them, and he doesn't like them at all.
You want to hear something funny? Um, when I was still up and mobile, I smoked the devil's lettuce, and my parents knew it, but they didn't like it, and I wasn't supposed to, so I kind of snuck it. And one day, I'd gotten some catnip for my cat and had it laying out on the counter. And my dad came in the kitchen and he picked up the bag. He's like, "What the hell is this? Like, you're not even trying to hide it anymore." And I was like, "Dude, that's catnip." He's like, And then he smelled it. He's like, "Oh, okay." And he still mentions that occasionally. It's funny.
Yeah, but like he said, apparently you're not even trying to hide it anymore. He already knew you weren't hiding it very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is my kitty. That's Midnight.
Hello, Midnight. Um, I think
Hey, Jeff.
I think that might be my aunt's cat's name. She's a black cat.
Really? Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
named him, partially because he's black, but when he first showed up, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So it was both due to his color and the timing when he showed up. But for being a feral cat, he's quite tame.
Yeah.
And
My
and
my kitty.
stupid. He still doesn't know how to sit on a lap. He's constantly trying to roll over and fall off.
My kitty I had, her name was Carmel because she had a spot on the top of her head that was caramel colored. She
Nice.
was actually my grandma and grandpa lived on a farm, and she was an outdoor farm cat, and she really didn't like being an outdoor cat. She was always at the window or at the door trying to get in. And the kitty I had before her, my brother taught to use the dog door,
Yeah.
and she ran away and never came back.
Aw, that sucks. Hey, Bubba
And
Bogey, how's it going?
hello, Boba Bogey. So my grandma gave me Carmel, and yeah, she I had her for about like 16 years, and she was a dog in disguise. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, she did not like being an outdoor kitty.
Well, this one I'm trying to convince to come inside every now and then. He's still sketched out about coming inside. And when he does, he
Yeah,
wants me to leave the doors open.
I love watching the videos on YouTube of people finding stray animals and inviting them in and, you know, taking care of them and stuff.
Yeah. Well, this one found me. He showed
I
up
don't
and decided this was going to be his house.
I don't think I could ever foster an animal because I would fall in love too quickly with it
Yeah.
and not want to get rid of it.
Yep.
And yeah,
Okay, cat. Got to get out of the lap. I got to go back inside. Hey, move. That's move. Hey, you, cat. You need to get down.
the white kitty I've shown on camera a few times. will sit on the pillow in my lap, and you can practically turn her upside down before she'll move. She's like,
Yeah,
I'm not going anywhere.
well, he's really mellow. And like you get to, where you're rubbing their belly and the cat tries doing like the rabbit kicks or whatever,
Yeah,
he doesn't use his claws. Now, when he first showed up, he was a little bit, his love bites were a little too hard, and I had to smack him a couple times. But he's gotten just mellowed way out. He doesn't even hardly do any love bites. When he does, he's very gentle now.
yeah. My kitty Carmel, she would roll on her back and you'd go to rub her belly and she'd wrap her front paws around you and do those rabbit kicks.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, you'd walk away with a bloody arm, but her claws were so sharp that you didn't even feel it.
Dang. But yeah, this guy, he's pretty good. He doesn't extend his claws really. He's really gentle, and when he reaches out to grab you, he's really gentle. He just paws you. He doesn't extend his claws.
That's good.
Just Yeah, it's really strange, especially for a feral.
It always sucks when a cat tries to pull your hand closer to you or her or whatever, and her nail gets caught in your skin. You're just
Yeah.
like, ow, ow, ow.
Well, it's like my friends, they rescue cats and foster them and whatnot, and get them up to the age, you get them fixed, and shoot, they've probably got 40 cats in their house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. And there's a couple of them are really cute, and they're all really sweet cats. But a couple of them are little bastards because they want to be held, and you won't be expecting it, and they'll jump on you with their claws and just try to climb up you.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they can, and it hurts. Hi, zebra kicks. Welcome
When
back.
when I had my first kitty, she was a little itty bitty kitten, and she would like to try and climb me like a tree, and
Oh,
it would hurt so bad, but it was so cute at the same time.
oh, lovely girl, that sucks. Can you read chat?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, lovely girl.
Yeah, 17's a long time, and you get so attached to them after that long.
Yeah.
And that's why I won't have another pet. I mean, this cat, it's an outside cat. I'm not gonna really I'll love on it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have, another pet.
Um, it's funny when I first got my little kitten, we had two greyhounds and they were they were racing champions. They chased the mechanical bunny around the track.
Yeah.
So when I got my kitten, she took off running and the greyhounds chased her and then she just stopped, turned around and whacked him on the nose like, I'm not having any of this. And it was funny because they stopped and like shook their head like, whoa, what just happened?
All right. Like, wait, the rabbit stopped and slapped me. What the hell? Uh,
But I love my little doggy now. She will sit on my lap downstairs and she'll love on me. And then I spasm a lot, so she doesn't like sleeping in bed with me. But
yeah.
the white kitty I've shown, she loves laying in my bed and sitting in my lap and stuff. So
So you can drop me into the bed.
I've got a upstairs animal and a downstairs animal.
I guess that works.
I appreciate getting your sticker in that round, by the way.
Yeah, had to give you something for coming up with the channel design.
Uh, yeah. Um, I need to get some more work going. Been bored. Need to get my creative juices flowing.
Yeah.
But you invite anybody else up, or is it just us?
Well, I invited a couple other people, but nobody else has showed up in the guest list.
Okay.
If you want, if you can always drop the link in chat.
Uh, yeah. Let me see what I can do.
Because for me to do that, the only way I figured that out is to email it to myself and then copy it from there and repaste it, and it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah. Luckily, I found out how to minimize StreamYards so that I'm able to um go and check stuff out on YouTube and post links and stuff. Um,
Yeah, I try to do that a lot of times. I wind up pushing the wrong button or coming back
yeah,
and I've booted and can't find the stream again. It's like, what the heck?
I'm always hitting the wrong button.
Thank you, Dreadpool. Yeah, so if anybody else wants to come up on chat and hang out, Dreadpool just dropped the link.
Yup, yup. And while you're at it, if you're not friends with me, you should go check out my channel. Uh,
Yeah, drop your link
been,
in chat.
been posting more content recently. Let me go pick my link up.
And you could always drop a link to a specific video. That way people, it just takes one more step away from them that they have to do to be able to comment and subscribe as well.
Yeah, that's true. Um, let me see. I'm gonna share one that the shout out video. It's for a dude named Kentucky John. He's a really cool guy. Um, I just I want to get him to 100. Um, he's at 50 now. Yeah, he's at 50 now. 52 now.
Hello, Miss Southern Belle. Yeah, doing all right here. Just figured since I don't have a specific time that I go live, I decided I'd just go live in the middle of the day. Didn't seem to be many other people streaming, so I was like, okay, I'll go live for a bit.
Yeah, this is the time where like practically nobody's streaming or people are just getting home and setting stuff up.
Ooh, Ronald Lutz. That sounds delicious. What kind? Can't wait to see it. You can. Ronald Lutz is going to be sending me a pack of Wild Bill's jerky.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I've still been savoring. Oh, I don't know where I put the bag now. No, it's around here somewhere. That last
Just
one I got is really good. That Wagyu.
yeah. Well, since I posted the StreamYards link, don't forget to be on the lookout for the basement.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I just looked down and still nobody's in the basement that I can see. Yeah, Miss Southern Belle moose jerky. I still haven't tried. Caribou would probably be really good jerky. Yeah, there's a lot I haven't tried. There's quite a few that we've got to try though. Like kangaroo, um, gator. We've got to try some shark jerkies. We've
I
had
tried some fish jerky once and it was disgusting.
the flavor of the shark jerky wasn't too bad. It was the texture. It was really strange texture.
Yeah.
It was. You know what a Turkish delight is? Are you familiar with that candy?
Yeah.
Okay, it was halfway in between fish and Turkish delight in texture. It was weird. It was a very weird texture. The
Yeah,
flavor
that
wasn't.
sounds bizarre.
Yeah, the flavor wasn't bad, but it was really strange texture. Lovely girl, just subbed, she says. Nice.
Nice, thank you. Yeah, anybody want to come up and hang out?
Yeah, Dreadpool dropped the link in chat if anybody wants to come up and hang out with us. Candy Hall, hello, darling. Long time since I've seen you, hon. Sure, I'm glad you made it. Gotta grab me another beer. Hold on. Luckily, the fridge isn't far.
Yeah.
I mean, the fridge is literally like 3 steps. It's on the other side of the desk here. I can touch it.
Oh, that's nice.
I just have to walk around the edge of the desk and open the door.
Yeah.
I could probably take
Um,
this little handle out and turn the fridge towards me and
it's funny, Andy, he would always be drinking a beer and he had a sock wrapped around it to hide it. And I was like,
this is
dude, you got to get a koozie or something. So
right.
I got him a beer koozie and it said something like my face you you're talking but my face tells you to stop. I can't, dang it, I can't remember what it is. It's been so long. Um but it was funny and he still uses it, which is cool. So it's cool to give someone something they actually use all the time.
Yeah. Man, I tried copying that link address and it was huge. It wouldn't let me copy it and paste it.
Which one?
The StreamYards one.
Oh,
Guess I could always. That's what I could do. I could open that in a new tab. Maybe. Let's see if that works. I'll try to open it up in a new tab. That way I can copy and paste the link.
cool.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll make it
Fish
easy
and
enough.
jelly, ugh.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was very strange texture. Shark jerky is. It needed to be more jerkied,
Yeah,
And rather than in like chunks, it should have been in strips. Would have probably been better as well.
it's more like shark nuggets.
Yeah, yeah. It was odd. Like I said, decent flavor on them though.
You ever have Raising Cane's chicken?
I, I don't think
They
so.
um they're solely chicken strips. Like they only have chicken strips and a chicken strip sandwich. They don't have spicy chicken strips. They don't have anything like that.
They just have
And
one flavor.
yeah, like I don't realize how a whole business can be run just by that and French fries. Like,
I mean, if you've got a good enough recipe, I guess that's all it really takes. And if it's not broke, you don't fix it, you know?
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, their chicken is super, super good and tender, but I wouldn't think that you could run a whole franchise off just that.
It must be pretty good. I'll have to try to figure out how to get some.
Their sauce is pretty good.
I mean, yeah, they've got to be good in order to, like you said, have a franchise based off of one recipe.
Yeah.
That's got to be some pretty good damn chicken.
I want to try Popeye's chicken, but they don't have one around here. Popeye's
Really?
chicken is really good.
Yeah, Popeyes is good.
Their chicken sandwich is really good, but not to the point that everybody makes it out to be. Like,
Well, again,
people,
everybody's favorites,
yeah,
and if everything that's around you is crap, and you find something decent, you're really going to rave about that, even if it's not as good as somewhere else.
yeah.
Just you just don't know any better because you haven't had something better.
Ugh.
I can see it in some places, but that's like I wish we had an In-N-Out burger around here.
Oh, same here. Never had it.
Well, see, I've had it, and I've had like White Castle and a lot of those West Coast chains because I used to live in Washington State. That's where I was born.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, I've got to have a lot of the West Coast chains, but it's been a long time since I've eaten any of it.
I lived in Georgia for 4 or 5 years, and they had a Crystals, which is like White
Yeah,
Castle only.
Crystals. Yeah, Crystal's really, it's the southern version of White Castle. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they were pretty good. They were they were only like amazing when you were super stoned.
exactly. You had to be smashed. And when you're smashed, oh, and that craving hits, it's like, ah,
Yeah,
gotta, yep,
it's like Harold and Kumar go to White Castle.
exactly. It's like, I gotta go get a Crystal Burger. Yeah, there's something about that kind of shit when you're really fucked up. It's like, yeah, I want the worst shit possible to eat. That
Yep.
sounds amazing right now. It's like going to Denny's at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, right. Um, one time back in Atlanta, me and my buddy, we it was like the night before I left Atlanta to move back to Omaha, and he picked me up and we went and hung out with his cousin at his cousin's place, and we all three had weed, and he rolled a blunt, lit it up, and started passing it around. While that was happening, he rolled another one and lit that up and started passing it around. And it was just the three of us, right? So we had, by the time it was over, we ended up smoking 4 entire blunts, and we ended up laying on the ground and just like, we didn't pass out, but it was crazy. And then on the way home, we ate White Cat or Crystals, and I smashed like 5 or 6 of those little burgers. Easy.
Oh yeah, fish oil to fry with at Denny's. Huh. What, Nancy's allergic to fish oil?
Oh, no fun.
Yeah, Nancy, how do you get like your omega acids?
Old team used to go to.
Eaton Park.
What's Eden Park?
Well, I know what parking is if she's using an old school term. That's where you just go and park somewhere with a girl and you make out, you know?
Yeah.
You fool around in the car. That's what parking is.
Well,
That's what we got it.
there's a place here in downtown Omaha where people hang out and like there's a bunch of like fire spinners and everybody's always playing music and
Go
getting
ahead,
stoned and
say
everything.
a bunch of hippies.
Huh?
A bunch of fucking hippies.
Yeah. And it was fun. I only went there a few times, but it was fun as hell, man.
Oh yeah, that's like the fool's ball and fall ball that take place down in Mississippi. Uh, it's actually a like an anniversary. It's an anniversary, a wedding anniversary for a couple, but it's a whole bunch of people that have spent years and still do, but following different bands and going to these different shows and selling merchandise, like handmade stuff, and but they've got their own little music festival that they hold twice a year. And I've been down there 4 or 5 times, and yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's like
Hippies
spend
are
like,
always fun to hang out with.
oh yeah, it's a blast.
The coolest thing where they always have the fire twirlers there, like with the flaming balls at the end of a rope, and they just like spin those, and they have like hula hoops and shit like that.
Yep.
That was always cool to watch.
Oh yeah, there was three of them there that I can remember that were really good with either hooping or you know with the like you said the balls on the rope, the two balls, or the even the batons that are on fire and such.
Yeah,
There were some really good dancers there.
man, I miss going there. That was I was only there like 5 or 6 times, but it was definitely
That's
somewhere I could
if
go again.
if you want to go and have an amazing experience like that happens annually, that is huge. Or it's it, it's almost like it's not quite as big as Woodstock by any means, but it's the closest thing we can get to Woodstock, and that's held annually. It's called Bonnaroo. You want to go to Bonnaroo? That's one
Okay,
hell of a, and that's like
cool.
a week type festival. You're going to want to get there a couple days early and be there the 3 days of the festival or whatnot, and give yourself a day or two to recover before you leave.
Yeah. So I've only actually ever been.
You could find all kinds of cool shit on the ground after everybody leaves. You go and search the campsites.
Oh, I
Oh
bet.
man, a
I've
lot of
only
good.
actually ever been to one concert before, and that was Slightly Stupid.
Oh yeah,
They're like a reggae. They're good, but
I've heard. I've heard the name.
um, but what's cool is there's a Facebook guy called Cooper Allen. He he does these crazy cool mashups on Facebook. Like someone will walk in the room holding the camera and just be like, "Do a mashup to this tune," and he like slays it. And I just
Nice.
found out he actually writes his own music, and he's on tour in December. He'll be here on the 3rd, and it'd be cool to go to something like that. Just, I mean, I'm not a huge country fan, but he's really good. Like, there's a few songs that, even though they're country, they're good.
Well, I am a big country fan, but modern country, no. It's no longer country music, you know.
Yeah,
They've completely went away from what country music is. And it's been going that way for a long time, but I've
yeah,
always been a big fan of country western music. You know, Marty Robbins, you know, people like Jimmy Dean, Johnny Horton, the
yeah,
old school country music I like. But modern stuff, no. There was some good stuff in the 80s and the 90s. The 70s, oof. 70s was rough. There was the females owned the 70s when it came to country music.
yeah. The Dixie Chicks.
No, that's way
Well,
before Dixie Chicks. And Dixie
yeah,
Chicks sucked. But no, like we had people like Glenn Campbell who was, I mean, his songs were all basically 90% of them were sexual innuendos. It was weird country music.
yeah. Oh, what's that guy's name?
Well,
Um, can't remember his name. Crap. Goes like the song. One song he says, "Baby, lock the doors and turn the lights down low. Get get the music soft and slow."
I know who you're talking about. That's late 90s, early 2000s, I believe.
Yeah. He's good.
Oh
I
yeah, I'm
like
not
that.
saying there's not good artists and there's not good songs modern country, but they're few and far between. The majority of it's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
I don't want that much. I don't want rap in my country music. Just like there was a song at
Oh
one
yeah.
time, don't want rock in their country.
Nope. I don't think rap and country mix all that well.
You'd be surprised. Uh, oh, I'm trying to think of uh the artist. Hmm, man, let me let
There's
me open
there's a there's a
let me
guy
open
called Mick.
YouTube. So I try to find it.
There's a guy called Mac Lethal. Um, he does a lot of stuff on Facebook, but the first video I ever saw of him, he was ordering a pizza, and he went on for like 2 or 3 minutes just straight, just slaying it. And he was like, when he ended it, he's like, "Did you get all that?" And the guy on the other end that worked at the pizza place was like, what?" And it was funny, but he's
Here,
he's a
uh,
really fast rapper.
look up Appalachie Falls. It's Apalachee.
Okay, I will. I can't do it now, but I will.
But yeah,
Um,
there's sometimes rap can work with country, you know, but it's its own type of genre. it's rap. It's just from
Yeah.
a country perspective. And I
There's
can
a
respect, but I don't want you to, be trying to rap in a country song. You're wanting to
yeah.
rap, then rap, just use country perspective. That's fine. But country doesn't need rap.
There's a band you should look up called uh Na Native Howl. Um,
are
they're
they
really
the
good.
are they the guys that do the Mongolian throat singing or whatever?
I think I think they use some of it, yeah, but they're really cool.
And no, I'm thinking of the Who, which is HU,
They
not WHO.
they remade one of the "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" songs. It's like a mix between bluegrass and rock. It's it's really good.
Yeah, Nancy, Kid Rock, he's he's a pretty good crossover for country and rock. But then again, he's got the country roots. There's I've heard rumors that he's related to kind of a not a necessarily a grandson, but supposedly his grandpa was Hank Williams.
Hmm,
Supposedly, but that's just rumors I've heard. And, and from what Lovely Girl was saying earlier, I wanted to say that my grandpa and his brothers actually were basically the go-to backup band here in Grand Junction, Colorado. And there were times that when Hank Williams Sr. passed through here and did gigs, that they actually were his backup band because he didn't have a band that traveled with him. He had a suitcase and his guitar basically, and he got in a car and fucking drove across country and played gigs. Just the way it was
nice.
done. And you find a local band and that's who backs you up. But yeah, my grandpa was, and all my great uncles were basically backup band here for Hank when he came through.
That's cool.
And Hank Jr., you can still come across him apparently on a regular basis hanging out at Paris Landing State Park on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky.
Yeah.
When it was back in what, like the 70s or 80s that he fell off that cliff. And
Ooh,
that's what happened was in Paris Landing State Park. He was drunk and fell off a fucking cliff and basically did a header into a rock ledge and just crushed half his face.
ouch.
That's why from then on, when he ever appeared in public, he had a huge beard and those big glasses. It helped disguise his deformed face after that fall.
Yeah, that had to suck.
Yeah, apparently you can still find him. He still is in the same brown, like late 70s Ford Bronco. Still
Yeah.
drive. He still lives in that area. He still drives it, and a lot of times you can find him passed out, drunk, laying there in his Bronco with some security guards around him. He's got private security, but apparently it's on the same spot that he fell off of.
Oh wow.
Yeah, apparently he goes up there on a regular basis and just gets fucking plastered.
Talk about falling off a horse and getting right back up on.
Right. Well, now at least he's got like half a dozen security guards that are going to make sure, they keep people away, and I'm sure they also keep him from falling off the fucking cliff again.
Yeah. Like what happened to Mark Hamill in the early Star Wars movies. He after I can't remember if it was the first or second one, he got into a major car wreck and smashed up his face real bad. And you can tell the difference between watching one movie and the next that like something had happened to his face, but it wasn't nearly as bad as what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, it's like, well, it happened to my cousin as well. One time, my cousin walking home drunk from a bar, and I guess three guys attacked him on a bridge that was a overpass for the train tracks, and they threw him off the fucking bridge onto the train tracks. And that, yeah, he now has a steel plate in his head.
Wow. Well, something funny. Um, my apartment building was right across the street from a bar called Perry's Place.
That's
And
funny. Speaking of Perry's place, Perry Martin just showed up in chat.
nice. But my apartment complex was right across from that. And my apartment was on the other side of the complex. So I had gone to the bar. I had a few beers, and I was walking home, and it was late at night, and I just see this little like thing just like bolting towards me, and I almost freaked out. And turned out it was just a little um like a pug type dog,
Yeah.
and it was off its leash. The owner was walking it, and dude, I almost freaking took off because I couldn't tell what it was. Like it was so dark out, and I almost bolted, but it was the sweetest dog ever.
Yeah, it's funny how some of those sweet dogs will charge you like that, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
They're like, no, I just want to be petted.
I went
Love me.
to my uncle's my uncle's dad owned a junkyard, and I went there one time with my uncle, and this was when I was little. I was always little for my age, but I was little, and we got to the junkyard, started walking um towards the main garage, and this giant, like, it wasn't all that giant because I was small for my size, but it just like bum rushed me, and I almost bolted, but it got to me before I could do anything, and it just like slammed into me and started like licking my face and everything.
Now, see, that's like me. I remember when I was a little kid, our junkyard here was Sloger's junkyard, and old man Sloger, he had a pair of Rottweilers, and they were big Rottweilers, but then they were the junkyard dogs. Is as long as he was there and the gates were open, those were the most lovable dogs in the world. But when those gates closed at night, you better fucking not cross that line, because
Yeah,
those dogs are going to tear you up. But during the day, oh, they were lovable. And I, like you said, I was always a little guy too. So I mean, like these motherfuckers, we're looking I'm looking eye to eye to these dogs,
yeah,
you
like
know.
Great Dane size.
And oh my god, they absolutely loved M&Ms.
Hmm.
So I always get a quarter from somebody and get M&Ms out of the little, turn handle machine, so I could sit
Yeah.
there and give M's to these giant Rottweilers.
I am 28, by the way, lovely girl. Um, yeah, I still wouldn't suggest giving your dog chocolate, but it's
Well,
the toxic kind is dark chocolate.
it's not chocolate exactly. The milk chocolate's not good for them, but it's not bad like the dark chocolate.
Yeah.
But yeah, lovely girl. I think she was kind of curious, Dreadpool, if you don't mind, because she was when you're talking about walking and getting a beer,
Oh, yeah.
and your condition now, I still think that I know you've talked about it before and explained it, but I don't think lovely girl knows.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty close to completely quadriplegic. Like, I still have a little bit of use of my arms and hands, but not much. And I'm wheelchair bound. Um, Last day I walked, I was 22 years old. Like, it was my 22nd birthday. Um, and up until that point, I was working two jobs. Um, just, I was doing everything. I walked everywhere, and my illness it causes tumors to grow on the nerves, and they're surrounding my spinal cord and my brainstem, and they're cutting off circulation. So that's why I'm disabled now. But yeah, I've always looked really young for my age.
Yeah, and that's crazy just how quick that came on.
Yeah, like it literally took a couple weeks just to go from fully working to not being able to. Thank you, Perry Martin. Love you too.
That's crazy, brother. I couldn't imagine.
Well, when I was 6, I was diagnosed, and at that point, I was told I'd be in a wheelchair at 16 and dead by 18.
Yeah, yeah,
And
you had mentioned something about that, the
yeah,
26. They said you wouldn't live past 26 or something like that.
no, I wouldn't live past 18.
Oh, okay.
And like I've been pretty much preparing for this my whole life, but I beat the odds, and that's why it's not as like
Yeah,
devastating as it would be to,
just all of a sudden be presented with it.
yeah,
Yeah, you've had a little bit of time. You've had some time to adjust. Yeah, I can understand that. That's also got to really suck just living with that over your head
yeah,
and learning how
but
to overcome that. You know, that fatalistic point of view that comes with something like that. That takes a lot to overcome something like that.
yeah, it has a lot to do with my family being there and supporting me. Um, after I became quadriplegic, pretty much all the people I called friends pretty much bailed on me. Um, it was inconvenient. I couldn't go out and hang out with them and get high anymore or anything like that.
Well,
So
you can buy.
not with my meds, I'm not supposed to. I have to sign a waiver every year saying that I won't partake in any illegal substances.
And see, that's
Um,
that. Hopefully, that'll change for you in your wherever you're at, because they've it's long been proven that pot doesn't interact negatively with any known medications,
yeah, but
and most of
it's
them actually acts in a positive way.
they do randomly drug tests. So if I were to
Yeah, no, I
hit
understand.
on it, yeah, they would take my meds away.
Yeah, and that sucks if
And
they pass legislation and fix that situation where you could smoke. Be like, hell, I'll fucking hold the pipe and the lighter for you. You
yeah,
want to get stoned? I'll get you stoned.
um, one time I had this liquid stuff, and when I drank it, it was like, okay, is this gonna, is this thing on? And then next thing I know, I'm just like blitzed, just like completely fried. And I felt it for like 2 days afterwards. It was crazy.
Hello, Partridge Family Prospecting.
Hey PFP, what up, what up, what up?
Yeah, I've had some of the sodas. I still have a couple of. Yeah, I still have 2 pieces of my chocolate. I'll probably eat that tonight.
Could always send it to Dreadpool. I heard he's a
No,
cool guy. But say what?
I need that chocolate.
Yeah. Um, I think I've only ever had like one edible before. Well, one edible that actually worked. I had some cookies, but they were like super old and they didn't work worth crap.
Yeah, edibles don't work too well on me. It depends on the edible, or the amount that I consume.
Yeah.
'Cause it takes a decent amount for me to feel it. Like, probably the same thing with you. Um, I remember the first time I had an edible, the people didn't know what the hell they were doing, and they more or less just ground up weed bud to a fine powder, the flour. They ground it up really fine and just mixed that straight into the recipe.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's not how
Yeah.
you do it.
These fucking cookies were like kind of greenish looking, and they had all the speckles. You could see all the speckles of the ground up pot in it, and they tasted just, oh, that was nasty.
Could imagine. You gotta make that shit into a butter first.
Yeah. 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 These people had no idea what they were doing, but that was 20 years ago or better. But, and now, shit, now people just give me bags of weed for free.
Stop bragging.
I haven't had
Uh,
any pot for 2 years.
but oh, I just Snickers earlier and now I want
Ooh.
another one.
Partridge Family Prospecting. That sounds delicious. Could you send a
I
package of
made a
that
pan. Oh, Rice Krispie treats. Yeah,
with 4 grams in one pan? Yeah,
yeah,
I want a couple of those Rice Krispie treats.
for real.
Those would be nummy. No, Partridge. No, it's crazy. The person that, well, it was uh in law of my friend. but she probably has a bunch of stuff from last year still. I could probably get a pound of it to make butter out of if I wanted to.
You ever had a popcorn ball?
Oh yeah,
That
I
would
used to.
be good with weed in it.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had one of those.
Same here. Like, or a caramel apple. That would be awesome.
Yeah,
Now
well,
I'm
I
just
really
getting myself hungry.
with this mustache, I couldn't do a caramel apple.
Oh, that's true.
That would not be a good thing.
Yeah, that would be a very sticky mess.
Yeah, and when you try to clean it out, it'd be like an unprepared waxing of other areas that would hurt.
Yeah, just ah.
Try to pull the apple away, and it's like ah.
If I could switch from um oxy to smoking weed, if it were legal,
Yeah.
I would. But I need my muscle relaxers because without
Well,
those, I spasm like
yeah.
insane.
Well, and
It's like nonstop.
I've never had a problem with the few muscle relaxers that I have taken when I've been smoking pot as well. Um, what is it? Cyclobenzapril or something like that? Benzaprine?
Cyclobenzaprine or
Yeah, it
Prill.
might be benzaprine or something like that. But yeah, it's that it was never an issue when I was smoking pot
Yeah,
because my mom used to get those and she'd give them to me every now and then when I was having muscle issues, and I never saw them actually do anything.
yeah.
Seemed to work,
Well,
but
the the thing is, my parents are my caretakers, and um, my mom's allergic to it.
yeah.
Um,
Hello, Monkey
and
King.
with having to sign the waiver at my pain clinic, it just
Well,
makes everything a pain in the ass.
yeah, well, that's like Monkey King is saying, the CBD oils for the seizures and such. But Monkey King, what you got to remember is that those oils can have up to 0.03% of THC in them and still be considered just CBD and safe or whatnot and legal. But that 0.03% of THC, if you're using it regularly, will build up in the system and you will eventually test positive.
Yeah, it's like testing positive without all the good side effects. You
Right.
don't get to be high, but you get popped positive.
Yep. But, there's so much that goes into the the cannabinoid receptors, the amount of them that are in the brain is insane.
Hmm.
It's our bodies, when you look at them biologically, our bodies were meant to consume cannabis.
Hmm.
We are designed to consume cannabis. It's almost vital for our system. Hell, look up and if anybody doesn't agree, just Google it. Look up endocannabinoids in breast milk. The human body produces cannabinoids in breast milk. It's that fucking vital to our systems.
Wow.
It's not a stretch partridge family. Look it up. There are human breast milk has cannabinoids in it. The female body produces them. You know, and it's kind of wild how we've got slightly different cannabinoid receptors in slightly different parts of the body, depending on the cannabinoid. The majority of the THC receptors are in the brain. That's why smoking pot with high THC works really well and works with the brain. But smoking like, let's say, hemp, which is higher in CBDs, isn't going to do the same thing. But the same thing, you want a high CBD content for your edibles. You don't really want a high THC content because the majority of the CBD receptors are in our gut system. So we want high CBD content in edibles so that we can actually absorb it properly. The THC, very little of it's going to be absorbed in the gut because the majority of the receptors aren't there. And that is where the fats help to get some of the THC in the gut tract, because they bond with the THCs and then you can absorb it that way, and it can get into your bloodstream and then find its way eventually to your brain. But it's a really roundabout way of getting it done.
Never knew that.
There's a lot that most people don't know. We get books on it. There's books out there. We just have to find them and read them. And I've got a few different books on it, the subject.
Make sure you're paying attention to the basement, by the way.
I still don't see anybody in there. I'm looking down every now and then.
Okay, just making sure.
Join us. If anybody wants to join us, here's the StreamYard link. Partridge, you're more than welcome to come up and chat with us.
Definitely. I think hardcore might be coming. I'm not sure.
Well, I did send her a text with the StreamYard's link. So she had the link. She got the link when you got the link before the stream even started. Because apparently Trevor really likes watching the stream. So I have to stop right here and say, hey, Trevor! I'm glad you like watching me, bud. I hope you're really enjoying it.
Yeah, Trevor's awesome.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of my watch time, he's been falling asleep watching my stream in the background.
Nice.
Yeah. So I love you, Trevor. Hope you're doing good. Don't give your mom too much hell. Give her a little bit, but not too much.
Oh, hell. Give her a lot of hell. She's just like, Dreadpool, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Understood, Partridge. But yeah, Partridge, also, that's true. If you lose weight and you burn fat, you could test positive for it even a long time after. And that's the same thing with like people that have done a lot of hard drugs like acid or meth or something like that. If they were fat, and let's say they get clean, and a couple years later they decide, okay, well, I'm going to lose this weight, and once that fat burns off where those chemicals are locked in, they can get hit with it in devastating ways because it was just sitting there waiting to hit them and they weren't expecting it, and yeah, it can be really bad. Ooh, Ronald Lutz. There are tons of natural painkillers out there. It just depends on how you use them.
Oh, I forgot what it's called.
Prickly lettuce or the
It's
miner's lettuce?
yeah, it's like better than uh
Well,
Oxy or something.
it's supposed to be comparative to morphine, but without the addictive properties. I don't know about it being comparative to morphine, but yeah, it's as easy as finding the plants and just breaking
Chewing
them
on a
apart
leaf.
a bit, or you take the whole thing and you just mash it and extract it from the juices. But no, you can make them. You can milk them like you can a poppy. And actually, I did that one time and gathered a bunch of the sap up and cured it out and smoked it. And
But you eat too much poppy, you test positive for drugs too.
oh yeah,
Like
well,
poppy seeds, I mean.
yeah, you could do that with poppy seeds. You could test hot for opium. But yeah, this plant, I didn't feel the pain killing prospects of it really, but that's not to say that, other people don't.
Yeah. It's like some people, the first time they smoke weed, they don't get high.
Right. And I didn't, but I didn't smoke much either. And it was really shitty weed. Now that's a weird story. Have you heard that one?
No.
Um, let's see, it was the day after my 17th birthday, and my sister, that was just a little over a year older than me, she lived out of town, and I was hanging out with her for the weekend, and we decided we wanted to go out and do something. So we went to a local bar where we could shoot a game of pool or two or whatnot and hang out, and we got invited to a house party. And so we decided to go to this house party. And as we're headed there, the car in front of us, I see this hat fly off of somebody's head. And it was, one of the people that had invited us to the party. So I made my sister stop and I grabbed their baseball cap and we followed the dust trail to the party. Hello, Denmo. And I was able to give the guy back his cap. And dude was super excited and super stoked because apparently that cap had been a gift from his recently deceased mom. But yeah, he later in the party he busted out a little pinner of a joint, and there was like 4 or 5 people in his circle that were smoking on it. And he invited me in, and I took a couple hits of it, and I could just tell. Even though I'd never smoked before, I was like, nah, this is some bunk ass shit. I'm like, and it didn't do anything. But the funny thing is about a week late, maybe 2 weeks later, I went over to a neighbor's house of mine that everybody called crazy. He wasn't crazy. What he burnt out. He was a chemist back in the 70s, like along with Timothy Leary and all them, and he burnt out on his own shit that he created. And so he lived with his mom on this piece of property out in the woods that didn't border our property, but it wasn't far. And I used to hang out with him a lot. He was a really cool guy. But the first time that I went over to his house after I had first smoked weed, he busts out with a bong and loads a bowl and offers it to me and everything. It's like, the subject had never been brought up before. He had never even hinted at it, even though I knew he grew it, but he had never hinted at it or anything. But it was weird. It was like he knew that I had smoked weed.
Hmm.
Like yeah, it was like he had sensed it, and he was like, "Oh, so it's okay now. Here, I'll do it in front of you." And I was like, "Whoa!" But see, that
I
was
was
the
18 the first time I smoked.
yeah. It was I was just a little over 17.
It's funny.
But
Couple like a year before I stopped walking, me and my buddy we hung out in my apartment complex parking lot and would hotbox his car, and we were parked away from the entrance of my building. So when we were done, we we backed out and started driving, and we rolled down the window just to watch the smoke like billow out,
yeah,
and we weren't paying attention, and someone from the apartment complex was taking their trash out and just got smashed in the face with a whole huge cloud of weed. It was so like, oh my god, we were laughing our ass off.
yeah. Well, that second time it was funny because when that neighbor busted that out and had me take a couple rips off this vintage bong, I got stoned as fuck. And it was just going to be a quick trip there. I was just running over there to drop something off or something, like 15 minutes in and out type deal. And I was so stoned. I remember standing in the middle of his living room, like not knowing what to do. It's like, wow, he just got me stoned as fuck. And so to leave now, that'd be kind of rude, but I need to leave. It's like I wasn't going to be here a long time. It's so I'm
Yeah,
kind of standing there torn between, okay, do I sit down and just fuck, which I should have just sat down for a couple hours, but I wound up being able to force myself to go home. And I tell you, that little half-mile drive on that dirt road back to my house was crazy.
the
I bet
second
I was, I guarantee I never give any gas. I guarantee I rode the brakes the whole way.
the second time I ever smoked, um, went over to a buddy's house and we rolled two blunts, I think, and we smoked, and um we got so high, and this dude had a house packed full of munchies, just like every
Nice.
cabinet and fridge was just stocked full of munchies. So we ate a crap ton of food, and I wasn't expecting to get so high, and I had to be home like an hour later,
Right.
and I was freaking out. I'm like, oh my god, my mom's gonna know. She's so gonna know. Oh my god, oh my god. And when it was time to go home, I was freaking out the entire way. And then we got right to the entrance of my subdivision, and I was like, oh my god, dude, pull over. We pulled over, and I just wow. And instantly, I felt better. I was like, okay, I got this. I can do this. Like, it just sobered me straight up.
Yeah, a lot of things could sober you up like that. And Perry Martin, I've made many pipes. I've even blown my own glass pipes. I've got one that's really cool. It's like a mushroom in a bottle. That's an actual functioning pipe. But a lot of that stuff's still out in Tennessee.
Well, I was kind of hoping Hardcore was gonna be here because I gotta take off here in a second, and I don't want to leave you up here
Right.
by your
I
lonesome.
I was hoping somebody would show up and hang out. I knew you would. That's why I was
Yeah,
like, yeah, I got to send this to Dreadpool. He'll be here.
yeah. I wasn't doing anything. Oh, she's restarting the laptop, and then she'll be up.
All right. Yeah. Well, hold on. Before you leave, let me have you entertain them for a second. I'll go in and use the restroom.
Already. Are you not entertained?
All right. Not that entertaining yet. Who knows? It'll pick up. It's early. It was a test stream. It's like, hey, I'll go
Yeah,
early for him. I'll be right back.
already. So now that he's gone, he wants to get into some shenanigans. Anyone? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Wow, no one wants to get into any shenanigans. I'm surprised. Shenanigans. Martin's typing 1 for yes, shenanigans. Hardcore. He will be right back to let you up. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
I wish I knew all the ins and outs like William does and had a computer system that could do it and have hotkeys. I'd have a lot of clips from Super Troopers.
Oh, yeah. Well, hello there.
Hello, Hardcore.
Hey,
How you
hey,
doing?
I'm looking for my favorite pencil.
Your favorite pencil?
Yeah, I wanted the 2H because the 2B is too dark.
Okay. Yeah, if you didn't know, Robert Hardcore is an artist.
Yeah, she showed me a drawing that she started the other day, but she hasn't shown me anything else.
Yeah, she's really good.
I'm not finished with it.
She's doing a Deadpool one for me.
Do you want me to color it? Because it looks like poop.
Uh,
But I can fix it if I
yeah,
put
color
some
it.
color on it.
Definitely.
Do what?
I said definitely.
Hey, Hardcore, have you ever seen that really easy way of drawing bamboo? Oh, you got to look up some videos on it. It's awesome. You just take your pen or even a pencil. A pencil that's soft enough that'll leave extra lead behind. And what you do is you just like swipe it up or swipe it down. You like do 2 lines next to each other. You swipe one down, swipe one up, and you keep going, and you can make amazing looking bamboo. It's simple.
Cool.
He said 2 lines.
Oh, hey, Perry. Hey, lovely girl. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. Trying to find something.
Yeah, we even had Bubba Bogey and Candy Hall show up earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. It's been a party up in here.
And I know Zebra Kicks
I
was the
miss
first.
it every time. It's not my fault.
Got to have notifications turned on. And it is your fault because I sent you a text
I know,
message.
and I had to feed children.
You had the link.
I had to get ready. Not that it helped, but I tried. I can at least show that I attempted.
All I did to get ready was put on a hat.
All I did to get ready was turn on StreamYards.
Girls don't have that luxury, but I'm going to figure out a way to not have to wear makeup anymore. If I have to have that stuff tattooed on.
You don't have to wear it. You just decide to wear it.
You haven't seen me without it. It's scary.
Well, then that's just your own insecurities. Like the rest of us really give a shit?
Man, I'm battling some stress acne right now. Y'all don't want to see those two volcanoes about to erupt. I mean, they are on the verge of eruption.
I pick them already.
Scary. I'm in Texas, and it snowed the other night.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Like some little snow flurries.
Even Love Of Girl, she says we don't give a shit.
I know, but I do.
Exactly. That's all you.
I know.
You don't have to wear makeup.
It's embedded in me. From many years of watching my mom struggle with weight and all that stuff. Not that I'm blaming her, but, I'm just saying. When you see that every day, it kind of does affect your self-esteem and the way you see yourself,
I'm not blaming her, but I'm blaming her.
Makeup also blocks your pores, which helps to create acne.
I take it off at night.
Still, you can only take off so much of it. There's still some residues left behind. You know that.
Not the way I take it off.
Take it off.
I scrub that stuff with baking soda.
Damn, girl.
It's like a microdermabrasion at home. But if you do the baking soda, then you have to get apple cider vinegar and mix it with water. I think it's 3-to-1. And put that on as a toner because the baking soda will mess up the pH balance of your skin. So you have to fix that by using the apple cider vinegar. Organic, from the mother, and all this fun stuff.
See, that's what's interesting about baking soda. It's got so many effects like that with the pH balance that has been used and proven for certain types of cancers and such to actually cure the people of the cancer.
Oh, but they're not going to tell you that because the pharmaceutical companies still have to make their money.
Right. Well, exactly.
They've had a cure for cancer.
Oh yeah. Well, for certain ones, I don't know if it works for all, but there's most cancer. It needs, your body's pH balance has to be off. I don't know if it's either on the basic side or the acidic side. I think it's on the acidic side. That if your chemistry is that acidic side, that's what the cancer needs to survive and grow. And you can actually consume baking soda to change your pH balance and kill the cancer.
Well,
I eat cookies all the time, and I put lots of baking soda in my cookies.
Well, there's one of our the pizza guy. The pizza guy has actually got some cancer issues.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that therapy to him, and he talked with his doctor about it. And his doctor was like, more or less said, well, it can't hurt.
I mean, because it's, in your food.
Yeah, as far as I know, he's been using some of that, and hopefully it helps.
You know what else I do? Dry brushing. Don't laugh. It really does help with the cellulite. I am not lying. You start at your feet and work your way up towards your heart, and because your lymph nodes the circulation only goes in one direction. It's hard to come back up. So you have to dry brush to bring it all back up. It hurts but it does work.
What?
Well, hey guys, I hate to do this, but I gotta take off for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta do something and get taken downstairs, eat dinner and stuff. So I will talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me up, Robert.
Yep. appreciate you coming up, Dreadpool, and hanging out.
Yeah, definitely. Bye,
We'll see
everybody
you
in the chat.
later.
See you later.
I'll text you later, Hardcore.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, and lovely girl. Yes, get a natural. I don't know. I guess it's not hair, fibers maybe on that dry brush. Get the natural bristles or whatever. And yeah, start at your feet. And what it does is it scrapes all the dead skin cells off that you've sloughed off for the day that haven't really gone anywhere. You got to brush them off your skin. And so you do the dry brushing, and it increases circulation in the back of your leg area, which helps get rid of cellulite. And if you think I'm lying, I wish I'd have taken a before picture, because I've told a friend, look at all, I can't wear shorts because of all my cellulite. And he's like, what's cellulite? And I'm like, look at, well, I mean, and I have to like squeeze my leg to make it look like, and I'm all, well, there was there last time.
I always called it cellulite. I thought it was cellulite.
Cellulite.
No, okay.
Apples, bananas, potatoes.
Cottage cheese under the skin.
I always tell everybody it looks like I've got look like I'm wearing pantyhose full of cottage cheese, or that I have more craters than the moon.
But hey, talking about
horse hockey.
Talking about dead skin cells. Have you heard my theory on like ghosts and early gods?
You told me that, and it kind of sort of, me and Jackson were discussing that after you said that. We were trying to figure out how to add to it. Especially Jackson, because he loves that kind of stuff. He was like, oh, and because of that, this and that. I can't remember exactly what he said, but it all made sense, you know. But yeah. He was trying to add to your theory of why it was true.
Well, that's great, because that's
and Trevor just watches your videos all day. I'm like, pick a different one. He watches the same one every day.
Huh.
I didn't even know he could get to it, because he's not signed in on his TV or his computer. So I guess maybe the history just stays on there even though you're not signed in.
I don't know.
Hey, PFT. Oh, my fault. No comment.
Shalom, Gilbert Rogers. Welcome. Yeah, Trevor will have to watch some more. I just shouted him out a while ago.
Who?
I shouted out Trevor a little while ago.
Oh, gosh. That's probably why he watches it. I don't know. He falls asleep with it on his TV.
Well, I don't mind that. That gives me watch time.
I mean, like he's addicted to it. And I'm all like, at least pick a different episode. I'm sick of hearing the same old one.
Maybe I've got
he don't listen to it quietly.
Maybe I've got a soothing voice.
Maybe.
Oh, lovely girl. Okay, lovely girl. Okay, a little bit of a long explanation, and the two kind of bleed into each other. And most of it has to do with the nature of atoms and molecules, the way everything's made up. You know, we're solid, right? Because of the density of our atoms. Now, those atoms don't actually ever touch each other. They just know each other, you know, by being side by side, like in relation to each other. But they never actually make contact, because if they did, we'd be in a state of fusion. Now, anytime that our body is producing odor, and all the dead skin cells that fall off, dead hair, everything else that we lose, are all made of atoms. And supposedly we replenish our bodies, our atomic nature of our bodies, every 10 years. we basically have a completely new body. But over time, that regeneration starts breaking down. But if pretty much every cell of your body you lose over a 10-year period and they're regenerated, now all those cells are still out there breaking down to their atomic nature. They're breaking back into atoms. Now we know energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. Now those atoms that broke down, those cells that broke down into their atomic nature, they're very weak. They don't have very much energy. So they're basically non-existent. But if enough of those came together at the right, at the same time, let's say maybe electrostatically you could get it produced, but they come together and they've got just a weak enough charge that they still remember each other in relation, and you can see a spectral image like move down a hallway and through a door or something before they break apart because they just can't hold that shape anymore. Because they're still going to remember each other in relation if they come into relation with each other. It's just going to be a very weak connection. Now, going off of that, let's say the early gods were people like elementals. People worshipped water, air, earth, fire, and these things supposedly could move, right? Well, again, go back to our atomic structure. Now, if our atoms were 4 times farther apart than they are, we'd be invisible. We could pass through walls.
That'd be cool.
Now, who's to say that there's not creatures whose atomic structure or atomic nature is not 4 times farther apart than ours that can live in something like water or air or earth? And just like when we flex a muscle, we're actually we're making our atomic nature come closer together. It gets denser. Same thing, if a creature like that wanted to flex a muscle, maybe it could move water or earth or something else. And something like that, supposedly they always did burnt offerings, right? So they're breaking stuff down to an elemental or atomic nature by burning it.
And changing its nature.
So that maybe those creatures could actually absorb the energy from it because it was in that atomic structure that was not solid.
And we don't use but what, 20% of our brains or something like that?
On average, I thought it was like 10.
Oh, give us a little bit more.
No, I think it's
I use 20% of mine. Only 10% of the time.
Oh, hello, Ozzy Cologne. Welcome,
because
brother.
if we only use a certain amount of our brain power, who's to say we can't do these things? We just haven't unlocked that ability yet.
Exactly. And there's people that have more of their brains accessible, and they are very smart, and they come up with all kinds of shit.
And they don't tell anybody because they don't want to be somebody's science experiment.
A lot of times that happens, yeah. Or they're just on such a different level that they really can't even communicate with the average person.
It's like Jackson, bless his heart. He can't.
Einstein had to use Velcro. He couldn't tie his own shoes.
Well, Jackson had trouble in school making friends because they wanted to climb the tree, and he wanted to tell them what type of tree it was, how it grew, what type of bugs inhabited the tree, what would happen if all the leaves,
Right on.
Or he would build things, and nobody could get near them. Like if they got near it and tried to bump it, he would go AWOL crazy. Like the teacher had to block him off on the playground, his own little special area to play in so that the other kids wouldn't come over there and mess with it. When he was 2, he would go to different bedrooms in the house and get things and bring them to the living room. And he would have like a stool with a stack of books on it and a jump rope attached to it, then attached to the coffee table, and then attached to something. I mean, he would have these big contraptions built, and I would just have to step over them because you couldn't take them apart or he'd go crazy on you. So it's just like, just climb over the whatever this is that he's building. Okay, we got to leave it up because he's working on it. He's not finished. He told me last night, he said, I don't know what you did, but I learned really fast. I said, well, I was horrible in math, so I had you doing multiplication by the time you were 3. And he was, because I was horrible in math. And I didn't want him to struggle like I did. So I made sure he learned it early.
I'm great with geometry and algebra, but I give up on math when they brought into play imaginary numbers.
Now that's what he does best, I think.
I was like, fuck you. I was like, fuck you. Math is supposed to be definitive.
Concrete.
What is concrete, 100%. And now you say there's fucking imaginary numbers? What the fuck? How can you have an imaginary
number? Because they're so large, you can't, you can't count.
No. No. It's the square root of -1.
Well, see, nobody can calculate it in their head, so it has to be imaginary.
The square root of -1 is represented as a lowercase cursive I. And it's
like pi.
Number. No, I.
I mean, has those weird little symbol things. I don't know. He gets everything really, because he's all like, he gets so bored with math, and I'm all, well, if you just do a couple more things out of the 7th, 8th grade book, then we can move on to college algebra. And he's like, what? And I show him the college algebra book, and he's all, huh? I said, yeah, that W really is a number. Oh, yeah. And so is that 1 over infinity. And he's like, I'm going to go back over here and finish my homework. Yeah, I figured you might do that.
Hello, slave.
Do what?
I said hello to successful slave.
Oh, hey, successful slave. We're discussing my wonderful teaching methods and why my child is so smart. So he didn't get it from me. Technically.
Well, no, I can understand kids like that, and because I was like that.
He has a hard time making friends because they're not on the same level he is.
Right. Hey, Tupac. How's it going, buddy?
So I feel sorry for him, So I tried to help him make friends. And then I felt like, oh my gosh, it's my fault. He has no imagination, because I didn't want him to have like a culture shock if he decided to go out and do something, and then that's not the way it happens in real life. So I would say, oh, you can't do that. You got to go back and change it or fix it, And then I thought, oh my God, this child does not have an imagination, because I won't let the cat be purple. Which is my way of explaining it. Because one day Trevor brought home these little papers from school, and there was, like a bear and a duck or a chicken or something. Then there was a cat, and the cat was purple. And I'm like, I love that you colored the cat purple. Purple is my favorite color. I don't know why it's purple, but hey, if you want a purple cat, you can have a purple cat. Well, then I found out it's a damn song. Purple cat, what do you see? I was like, oh, so the cat's supposed to be purple. Okay. But I was like, cats can't be purple because blah, 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 And so I say that now whenever I feel like I've ruined someone's imagination. I've made it to where the cat can't be purple. So I felt like I ruined his imagination because he invented a vacuum cleaner that only picks up fleas. what happened was he got a kitten as a little gift, I guess, at a friend's birthday party. And yeah. And so it got fleas. And I would take.
That would be like the most fucked up gift ever. You go to a friend's birthday party and they give you kittens.
You know, I was like, where's the bag of candy that you normally get with the kazoo and stuff? No. A kitten is what we brought home. That's screwed up in a number of ways. But so he's seeing me struggle to kill these fleas. Well, I looked up online and they said use just regular table salt. Sprinkle it on the carpet, leave it overnight. Because it dehydrates the eggs and it cuts the adults every time they jump. And, of course, the salt draws out the blood, draws all the fluids out of you. So we kill it like that. So I was like, okay, cool. And it really does work. You got to leave it overnight and then vacuum it up. Take the stuff in the vacuum far from your house or flush it in a toilet, bury it in a fiery pit of hell. I don't know what you have to do. Just keep it away from your house. But so he invented this vacuum cleaner that only sucks up fleas, and the fleas get dumped into a little bucket of salt. I said, okay, well, you're going to have to go back because you can't make a vacuum that only sucks up fleas. It's going to suck up everything. He's like, okay. So he goes back and he comes in. Okay, so everything gets sucked up and it gets run through this bucket of salt, right? Because the salt is what's going to kill the fleas. And I said, okay. Well, where do they get that salt? Is it regular table salt or do they have to buy it special from you? Oh, they can just fill it up themselves. I said, no. They can't. I said, because if you sell one vacuum, you may only sell one or two a year. You got to make it to where they have to come back to you to get the salt in order to continue making money. Well, that's not fair. Life isn't fair, son. This is economics.
No,
he was like 7.
No, you're talking like a doctor.
He was like 7, and I'm like, the cat cannot be purple in this situation because I didn't want him to get out there in the real world.
No, that's what's fucked up is you're talking like a doctor. Oh, I've got the cure for your disease, but I'm not going to cure your disease. I'm just going to treat the fucking symptoms so that you have to keep paying me.
That's how I continue getting a check every month.
Oh, fuck that. What's wrong?
I know he says it's wrong too, but I told him that's economics. That's just how the world goes around. Then I said,
that's fucking against human nature.
That's not even the fucked up part. The fucked up part is I said, plus you got to have a faulty wheel on it, a belt that continuously breaks. That way they keep coming back because you may only sell 3 or 4 vacuums.
Speaking of faulty wheel, I saw a meme earlier today that was fucking hilarious. It said shopping carts. It said shopping carts be like, and then it had 4 pictures in a square. 3 of them were Trump and 1 was Biden. It was fucking hilarious.
It was what now?
3 of them were Trump, like like the wheels, and 1 was Biden.
That's not right. That's not right.
Fucking hilarious.
The salt will come out when you vacuum. You got to clean your vacuum out every now and then and wash that filter. Get the hair out of the wheels. I have a whole procedure because I'm OCD. So I have a whole procedure of cleaning my vacuum. Wilson gets a full, cleanup.
She has even named her vacuum people.
Hey, okay, we had to get rid of Belle because she just wasn't doing the job. She would go like this and that and that. I couldn't, my OCD didn't like that. So we got Wilson. Wilson is the one that goes up and down, and he maps out your house, and it's awesome because when he's full, he just backs his little butt right up to that little dump thing, and it sucks all the goodie out for you because I was having to dump Belle every 5 minutes.
You've got to look up a video on YouTube about where a dude programs his Roomba to whenever it runs into something, it cusses. It is fucking hilarious.
No, the backyard scientist made his into like some kind of machine, like a tank almost. And it had a little light that came up and a gun, and it would ride around like a tank and shoot shit.
Well, you could probably just look up cussing Roomba and you could find it.
I'll have to look that up.
It is hilarious.
Oh, I saw this thing on the YouTube Shorts today.
Because they turn, they hit and they turn or whatever and go a different direction. And this thing would like hit a chair and be like, "Son of a bitch!"
Oh my God, I'm gonna do that. That'd be so funny. Like, oh shit.
Exactly. It was fucking hilarious.
I want one. I gotta have one.
You guys have to look up cussing Roomba on YouTube. There's a guy that modified it and did a video on YouTube. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay, this is a joke. Okay, what does a deaf gynecologist do?
For some reason, I think I've heard it, but I don't remember that.
Everybody in chat, what does the deaf gynecologist do? Come on, y'all. Think. Oh, crap. I have messed this up somehow.
Scratch and sniff. Good one, Opus.
That's gross. Okay. What does a deaf gynecologist do? He reads lips.
Ah, nice. Hey,
I looked at Dad. I was like,
hardcore. What do all nearsighted gynecologists have in common?
I don't know.
A wet nose.
That almost made my lunch come back up. That's just wrong. Lovely girl's just like, oh my God. I'm like, ugh. No. Oh, what was that other one? I'm gonna send it to you, Robert, real quick. Are you on you have your phone nearby?
Well, that's what I'm streaming with, so it makes it kind of difficult.
Poop. Well, then I won't do it yet. I'll see if I can find it first.
Hello, Janelle Sonoda. But it's like, I've always been I've always agreed with the old saying, women talk about size and size and size. It's like, yeah, well, how many women can you please with a 2-inch tongue?
I mean, it's not the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean, but it takes a long time to get to China in a rowboat, people. I'm just saying.
It ain't how deep you fish, but it's how you wiggle your worm.
Yeah, but if your worm's half dead, you ain't gonna be catching much. There's this thing, and don't y'all laugh at me. I just happened upon.
If your worm's half dead, that's half the other person's fault as well.
I happened upon this blog, and it was called like things that you've seen written on a bathroom wall. Apparently, it's mainly the men's bathroom that gets wrote on. Women, we don't have time to write because we're chasing the kids out of another toilet that, they're just playing in or something. I don't know. So it said, I've been effing with a limp D for so long that I could row a boat with a rope. It's like, ouch. That's not good.
But
it's this guy.
It's very difficult to insert a rope into a watermelon.
I don't know. I don't have that problem, so I don't know. Okay, it's a guy, and he's on this thing, and she's like, tell me you're dumb without saying that you're dumb. And he says, okay. He said, I had a friend, and he only had one hand. He didn't have another hand on his left arm. He said, and he always wore a watch on that wrist. He says, and I asked the guy, he said, I don't want to, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I hate to ask, but screw it, I'm gonna ask you anyway. Why do you always wear a watch on the wrist when you don't have a hand? And he says, and the guy's in the picture is so funny. He's taking the watch off. He says, well, because if I wanted to wear it on the other hand, how the hell would I put it on?
Yep.
He was like, I didn't think about it like that, but now that made me feel really dumb. Because I was thinking too, why would he wear a watch on that hand? And then you see the guy taking it off, and you're like, wait a minute, how the fuck's he gonna get it on if he doesn't have any fingers? But that fool got it on. I'm not lying with one hand.
No, you can put it on with one hand, on the same hand that you've only got one hand.
No, he put it on with his nub.
Well, right, but you can still put it on the other hand. I saw that meme, and my problem with that meme was you wouldn't be able to wear the watch on that other one because of no hand. That watch wouldn't stay on. There was no wrist to keep the watch on. It would have just
right. But he wore it. He wore it. He had it really tight because he goes pop. He just pops it off. You know, I was like, see, I'm wearing the same thing now because he said. But it's not me, so I don't have to. I'm not worried about it.
You ever shaming people?
Huh?
You
No.
ever stump shaming?
No.
Heard something shameful about stumps. I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't.
Stump shamer.
I was just saying, if you've got a stump with no wrist, how in the fuck can you wear a watch on that arm without it, or cutting off circulation because you've got it so fucking tight?
Well,
that it actually stays on.
Would it really actually be cutting off circulation
if there's nowhere for the circulation to
go? I mean, I think that's moot. You could just get some neoprene fucking like a wetsuit material on the inside of the band. It'd stay on.
Oh no, you can get that stuff like they keep carpets on the floor from slipping. Yeah.
I mean, hell, you
put it on your wrist.
You're really getting into it.
Heck yeah. Whatever works, man. Some double-sided tape. I mean, you know, hot glue, whatever works.
Everybody's into their different things.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was into candle wax.
Hey, it doesn't really burn you. It's a soy I mean, it's a candle that has. Listen now, what happened was, y'all, it's not like a real candle. It's a massage oil candle. It's a massage oil candle. Don't let me go get it. I freak everybody out with it when I pour it on them because they think it's really going to burn.
I used to be the manager adult bookstore. I know about the edible soy candles. Those are actually low melt in there.
I fucking totally called it.
That's hilarious.
I fucking called it.
What? And it's supposed to smell like something from Victoria's Secret. I see why you kept that one a secret, okay? Hold on. Yes. What? What you need, bud? There's nothing out here. It's freezing. What? Oh, I'll be right back.
That must be a good bra. I couldn't tell it was freezing out there.
That's because I hadn't been outside. It's freezing out there, not in here.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I gotta help Trevor with something.
Oh shit! That was too funny.
See what stump shaming gets you?
That wasn't stump shaming nobody.
I know. I heard it. I had to say something when it popped in.
I was just like, what the fuck? How can they wear a watch on their hand? There's no hand. You know, it's gonna fall off.
Just like they got those no slip
well,
golf
stump
socks. They got the shit.
90% of handless stumps taper very drastically.
Depends on the stump.
Hello, Maxwell. Maxwell, I sent you a text message with the StreamYards link if you want. Not hard. I hope hardcore's emergency isn't too bad. Actually, I better grab a cigarette if I plan on going outside. Yeah, look, even the other feral cats aren't wanting to eat that shit.
I mean, whatever you left in the bowl last night, he mouthed through this morning. Like he went to town on it when I was out here. He did not want to come inside though. This morning, but yesterday morning.
Well, I got him some more Friskies. So.
Okay.
A different flavor because they didn't have the same one. They were out of it. But he'll have to be okay with it because I can't get him anything else.
Do you want me to PayPal you my rent? Because I went to the ATM today and it's fucking out of order.
That's difficult for me. They're very inconvenient.
Well, U.S. Bank list. Send it to you. Usually somewhere around 10 and noon. I think it's working on the day, but tomorrow will be Saturday.
Well, last night sucked. The internet went down for like an hour.
Yeah, I know. I texted you when they told me that there was an alert.
No, was that from you?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was just somehow associated with everything. But yeah, I was like, no, I was sitting there and like 9:30, everything stopped working. And I'm like, looking around like, what the fuck? My computer doesn't work. Nothing's working. I'm like, what's going on? So I wound up watching Independence Day. Or most of it.
I saw that last night while I was eating dinner, and I was like, oh, probably should know that.
Yeah, my internet went down last night for like an hour and a half, and it really sucked.
I mean, that's short compared to some of the messages they sent me last night about it's longer than we thought. Might not be working till 1:30.
Man, it might not have even been an hour and a half. I think it was just a little over an hour. And it came back on, but I was already committed to watching a movie, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm done with YouTube, I guess, for now.
Well, it was the funny thing is, like, they kept lowering my expectations. I'm like, oh, really, I'm not home. That shit's gonna take all night.
But yeah, one thing I'm really looking forward to is it's hunting season. People are going to be getting some animals and making jerky. Hopefully, I'll be getting some. And I might try to convince my dad to make some when I'm down there because it's going to be hunting season. I got to make a trip over there here in about 10 days or so.
I'm back.
All right, everybody, quit talking shit.
Yep, because your breath stinks. I can smell it from here.
It just smells like beer.
Smells like shit.
That would be awesome. Store-bought stuff just isn't the same as some good old-fashioned homemade deer jerky.
Homemade what?
Deer jerky.
Oh.
Well, venison? But, man, that bison jerky that I got from DJ was so good.
I need some jerky.
Oh.
I like meat too.
They have it at every gas station.
Yeah, but I want something that I haven't already had before.
No, that's what I've been doing most of this time, is just going to stores and buying different types and trying them.
Well, they don't have that much around my stores. Apparently. Huh, I thought I brought my jacket out here. Guess I did not.
But yeah, that bison jerky was amazing.
Oh.
I wish I had like a 5-pound bison roast that I could put in my crock pot.
What?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I wish I had like a 5-pound bison roast that I could put in my crock pot.
Right?
That would be so delicious. I don't think I wouldn't even season it.
Well, if you do, sometimes you ruin it when you do that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even season it. I just
Like
want
my
the
dad,
bison
when he puts stuff on the grill, I'm like, just salt and pepper, man. You know, its own juices make it taste good.
Well, for me with steaks, most of the time with a beef steak, I'm going to do garlic salt and Worcestershire sauce.
You mean wish you could say it sauce?
But I'll put that on there and I'll use a fork and poke a bunch of holes as I'm putting the Worcestershire sauce on it. And then I'll sprinkle garlic sauce on it and then grill them.
That's what we do whenever we put our roasts in the crock pot. That, or my mom found a new recipe where they use the, I think it's like, oh, what is it? It's a brown gravy mix, and then the onion soup mix, and something else. I want to say cream of mushroom, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Usually if I'm doing a pork roast, I'll just get a Dr. Pepper and pour that in there.
Here, I got to go grab my charger real quick.
Okay. No Bambi jerky. You can't kill Bambi anyway. He's a baby. You'll get in trouble. But now it's mom and dad's fair game. You didn't hear that from me.
Well, actually, in Tennessee, you can still hunt the yearlings.
As long as they don't have spots.
They grow out of their spots by the time hunting season comes around.
That's what I was saying, because we can't get them if they've still got their spots.
No, if they've got spots, that's not a takeable deer.
Right. Oh, somebody needs to come do laundry.
You know what's funny, Tupac, is Bambi jerky is that's not even the best. The best part I found for whitetail and pretty much any of them is what's called the neck roast. Most people don't take it.
The shoulder?
No, neck. I will
neck.
I literally will debone the neck from the shoulders up to the base of the skull and take all that meat as a roast. Yeah. And that is the most tender out of all of it.
Well, it makes sense, but it just doesn't seem like you'd get that much meat.
Well, you'd be surprised. There's quite a bit of meat there.
Which, you wouldn't think you'd get that much meat on a rabbit either, but you really do. Yeah, people, I eat Peter Rabbit and Bambi at the same table.
when I'm hunting, when I take a deer, we even keep the ribs from the deer and cook those. You know, we don't
Oh, look,
waste
someone
any.
says backstrap. You gotta know it, okay? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The back straps are great. The inner tenderloin is absolutely amazing. But that neck roast is that you'd be really surprised if you ever take a neck roast and cook it up. You'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll keep it from then on.
It's like I'll go to Sam's and I'll get one of those pork tenderloins that are about like this big.
Yeah.
You know, they're really long. And I'll make 2 roasts and then I'll cut up pork chops. And you can get a lot of meals out of one tenderloin if you're real careful about your cutting and your sharp knife and all that. Because I can get about 2 good sized roasts and 8 pork chops.
I'm getting to where I'm a little bit leery of pork. You know, I still bacon, and ham, but like you take a pork chop or something and pour like Coca-Cola or Pepsi on it, something like that, and you'll see bugs. You'll see like little grubs crawling out of the meat.
Have you ever done that, or you just watched it on the internet? Bonjour.
Exactly, but I have heard of that.
My mom always says bonjour whenever because of that commercial.
I've heard of that way before, and they basically admit it. That's why you can't have undercooked pork.
Well, and you're not supposed to eat it in the summer because that's when they get the most bacteria and parasites.
Well, we don't necessarily know when our pork was harvested that we eat in a store, because it could have been in frozen storage for months.
Well, I've ate it, and I'm 43, and I'm still healthy. We had pork chops just the other night, as a matter of fact. I take it, I make them. I get those instant mashed potatoes, and I crush them up real small, and I batter them with the instant potatoes.
Yeah, I've heard of that, yeah. But the grubs, those bugs don't hurt you as long as they're cooked, you know. But it just, for me, it's like, that just doesn't sound appetizing.
Have you seen that one, though, where the lady has the McDonald's hamburger that's been sitting on her desk for a year and it has not molded? It looks just the same.
There was a guy that did that in like the 80s or 90s, and it still looks like you
got it from McDonald's, which is why I look so young. I'm filled with formaldehyde, so I'm,
It's something, I think they're calling it plasticines or something like that.
I don't know what they put in their food. I just try not to eat it.
It's
like I won't eat sliced cheese. The shit don't melt. Something's wrong.
Oh, and see, that's like, I like the fake American slices because it melts really good.
I can't have sliced cheese. I can't.
It makes
and most of the time make my own ice cream too, because we got an ice cream from the Schwann's man and it was really hot outside, and Jackson's like, look, Mom, I'm all wet. He said, the ice cream is not melting. Pretty sure that's not a good sign. I'm all, wait a minute, you're just eating it. Let it sit for a bit. We let it sit for 30 minutes. This is East Texas, 104 degrees with 100% humidity. This shit did not melt. I was like, go throw that in the garbage.
Right. Well,
you get a third eyeball coming out your butthole or something.
Right. Opa Singer. I have tried kangaroo jerky. I would like to try another type of kangaroo jerky, or a different flavor. I'm not, I don't have anything to compare it to because it was the only time I had kangaroo, but it had a very, it had a gamey flavor to it, but it was very unusual. I've had a lot of gamey meats here in the United States, but it was just a different type of gamey flavor that was quite interesting.
Kind of like Dove.
I haven't had emu.
I haven't either that I knew of.
I think I'd rather than emu jerky, I'd rather have like
some pickled eggs.
Oven.
That shit would be this big. Could you imagine?
No, I want to cook it like I would a turkey.
Yeah. With a really big oven.
Ooh, no, outside in a ground oven.
Yeah, bury that beast in the ground.
Yeah, full emu in a ground oven. That would be amazing. I think probably the best way kangaroo could be eaten would be, a little bit of garlic salt on it and stuck on a stick over an open fire.
I don't know. They're a lot of muscle, not much fat. You'd have to put some butter on it somewhere.
And that's a good point. No, Ronald Lutz, the bison jerky was somewhat homemade. Apparently, it was like a local grocery store that had a butcher shop in it or whatnot, and they made it themselves. So it was like an in-house local.
I bet that was good.
Oh, it was freaking awesome jerky.
Like, we have a barbecue place in town. Well, it's in the next town, but it's like 5 minutes up the road. And I worked there one time because they always had the best like pulled pork sandwiches ever. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to work there and see if I can't like copy their recipe or something. Found out why it was so good. Because at the end of the night, whatever was left on the line, they said to pile it all up in one bowl, debone the chicken, the pork chops, everything, the ribs, everything in one bowl. And they shredded all of that together and made their barbecue sandwiches. And I'm like, dang, I can't cook all that at once at home just to make one barbecue sandwich. But that's why it was so good, because it was all those meats combined.
Yeah. That sounds really good.
They are the best.
Yeah, and you got to do that. I mean, hell, even Gordon Ramsay would tell you that if you're a big-time restaurant or anything, even a small-time one, you don't throw out food. You don't waste shit.
And they smoked all of their meat in-house. They had a big room out back that they had all their pits.
Use it and turn it into something else tomorrow. You do that. You don't throw it out.
Well, not only that, but it gets better as it gets older. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like when I make goulash, the kids try to eat it all in one day. And I'm like, pot like this big. And I get a little bit hoping for leftovers. I'm like, it'll be even better tomorrow. There's hardly any left for tomorrow.
I miss my mom's goulash. That was so good.
Really? I make it occasionally because that's the only time I can get the kids to eat vegetables. Jackson's like, I don't know what it is, but when you put potatoes and beans in this, it's good.
You got to get a good recipe for cream cauliflower.
No, roasted broccoli. Now they pop that stuff like it's popcorn.
Oh yeah, that's good too. But the cream cauliflower, oh, that's.
I can't like cauliflower because it tastes like dirt.
You gotta try some cream cauliflower. That's amazing stuff.
I don't know about that. He won't let anyone but his last name is pronounced like Taze. How are you saying that, lovely girl? Lutes? Lutes, like it's Spanish? I don't know.
Who?
It's cold out here.
Who's she talking about?
Ronald.
Ronald Lutz?
Yeah. Apparently we're not pronouncing his name properly. It's loose. I know when two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking. That's about all I know.
Well, Ronald, is it Lutz or Lutz?
Or Lutes. Ronald doesn't know even. He's confused. No, I'm kidding. Lutz. It's Lutz. Like loose, but with a T. Like flutes, but without the F. Hey, Dreadpool.
Welcome back, Dreadpool.
Loots, like loot, like yeah, I got it, like treasure.
Okay. Lutz, not Lutz. Okay, got it.
And we appreciate that because we don't want to butcher anybody's name.
Yeah, it's always nice to know how different things are pronounced. Now, can I ask what region of the world that comes from? Because that always helps with understanding pronunciation, really.
Thanks, lovely girl. You're so helpful.
Right?
Now, anybody else's name that I mispronounced, please let me know. I don't want to look like an idiot.
They dried huge batches of what, Opus? Oh, jerky, I'm guessing. Huh.
Yes, probably.
That's interesting. Because, yeah, in the right climates, those pickup truck cabs get quite warm.
Hey, when I worked with my dad, and it'd be in the summertime, he would call us and let us know, like, hey, mom cooked this last night and I'm bringing it for leftovers, so y'all don't have to bring lunch today. I'm gonna just bring you some bread. And like, okay, because she'd make like chicken fried steaks or something like that. And so we would put it in aluminum foil and just set it in the dash of the truck, and by lunchtime it was warmed up.
Hungarian, okay, yeah, I could see that. Okay.
You want some of my goulash? But we live on the East Coast.
My mom was half Yugoslavian.
We're Irish. But like you couldn't tell.
No, I've got some Irish in there, but yeah, my mom.
That's why I'm so mean.
So I'm like a quarter Serbian, basically.
We're Irish and English, I think. Something like that. Not everybody in here knows my last name, but you know my last name, so you could probably figure that out. I tell everybody it's why I have bad teeth. Europeans have lovely teeth. What am I talking about?
Oh, yeah, they're just amazing.
How do I make my goulash? With hamburger meat. I fry up some hamburger meat, and then in a pot while I'm frying up the hamburger meat, I got my potatoes boiling. When they're just about soft, I add some rice. And then after all the juices are soaked up from the rice, you put in a can of carrots, sliced carrots after you drain them, and then some ranch style beans, don't drain those, and some cream style corn. Then some salt and pepper, and then after that, after you make the kids' bowls, you make your bowl, and then you get some Louisiana Red Hot and put in there. That's good. Everybody else, my mom puts in Rotel tomatoes, but that my kids and I have a texture issue, and we can't have cooked tomatoes. I can't like them. So that's why whenever I fry my meat with my onions, by the time the meat's done, it's like, where'd the onion go? You don't need to know. They're not in there anymore, but you got the flavor, but not the, yeah, because I can't stand the texture. Oof. It's really good. The next day, if you get any left for the next day, because these boys, they like it.
I wish there was a way somebody like Lovely Girl could send me a bunch of clams or something from the East Coast. That'd be so delicious.
Right?
A whole bunch of fresh clams to steam.
Or some scallops.
Yeah. I miss living near the ocean. I really miss living near the ocean.
I've never lived near the ocean. I live by the lake.
I was born in the Puget Sound. I was born on an island in Washington.
We're in the piney woods. There's nothing here but pine trees for miles and miles.
Oh, man. the seafood up there, and the Dungeness crab, amazing. The Red Rock
I've had
crabs.
some crab at Red Lobster.
The Red Rock crabs are really good too, but their body cavity meat has a lot more plates in it. So the Dungeness is more popular.
Cool.
But wise, the Red Rocks are a little bit sweeter. They're a little bit better crab. Ah, yeah, I miss that area.
I always see them on TV where they go out and they've just got a bucket and like this little knife thing, and they're scraping stuff off. They're scraping them off of the rocks and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you're after, you know. There's a lot of critters you could just scrape off the rocks.
Gilbert, you could have left that out. That reminds me of a loogie.
Yeah, Gilbert, I've never been down for stuff like raw oysters. Just
I don't think I could like that.
Never seemed appetizing to me.
Y'all didn't work with my dad, okay? He'd hark some stuff up and cough it up and spit it out and be like, y'all don't slip on that now.
Now, the Kansas smoked oysters, I really like those on a cracker.
I like sardines. There, I said it. I do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
In Louisiana Red Hot with some crackers. I do. I'll eat them. I'll put 2 grocery bags down first before I open them up. That way cleanup's a lot easier. And yeah, they stink like shit, but they taste really good.
I eat sardines and kipper snacks. And the oysters and the baby clams. When you can get the cans of baby clams, they're hard to find anymore. But those were really good.
I've never seen those.
Those were really good.
I can't even find chicken chow mein in the can anymore at the grocery store.
Dang. That was always good. And you get them little noodles, those little hard brown type noodles.
Yes. You sprinkle on the top with and you make some rice to go with it.
And those go really
Big Country.
good too. Hey, Big Country, how's it going?
But they don't have it, and I can't find the little packets for the Swiss steak anymore either. I liked that.
Now I'm getting hungry.
We already ate, so I'm good. And it's cold out here. So if I'm jumping, sorry that the butterfly looks like it's about to take off, but I'm cold.
Oh, I thought you were just trying to show off your tits. Hey, look what they can do. Look.
No, I'm jumping because it's freezing out here. I wonder what the temperature is, because it's supposed to get down to 35, I think.
Well, if it only gets down to 35, that's not freezing.
To me, it is. It's 49 right now. But I got on 2 pairs of pants, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's 49 degrees. Come on. You're just being silly.
I'm ready I like 104, 116. That's good. That's a good layout day.
Oh, move to Arizona.
Yeah, we get it right here, just not all year long. We've had two, well, this will be the second winter we've had in a row, and that's not right. Something's happening because we don't get winter.
Yeah, them Gulf oysters, you cut them and put a little bit of hot sauce on them, and they start wiggling. And then you put a little bit of lemon juice on them. And if there's just a little bit of sea water left in there, you just chuck it down, and they tickle your tummy.
No,
they were showing that show the other day where you poured I think it was soy sauce on the octopus or baby squid, and it would come up and start walking across your plate, but it was really dead. It was just that the salt in the soy sauce was somehow making the muscles contract.
A lot of the nerves stay alive after death in a lot of creatures. But that's like, I remember as a kid, actually swallowing a minnow alive that I got out of the local creek. And it's true. If you swallow a fish alive, it'll swim around in your stomach for a little while before the acids can kill it. And you can literally feel it bumping into the side of your stomach.
Tickle the tummy.
I've had 2 kids. I already know what stuff feels like fluttering around in your tummy, and I don't need to know anything else.
Yeah, little minnows.
Try getting a big toe hung in your ribs. That's never good.
Yeah,
I know, right? Lovely girl. Ew. Yeah.
Hey, boys do weird shit when we're kids.
Hey, when I was a little girl, we almost rescued a lizard from my cat. He didn't make it. So for some crazy reason, I wanted to be a doctor. So my mom got me this microscope kit, which had like a very sharp scalpel in it for some reason. And we cut that lizard open and we looked at his insides. And then we got a little jewelry afterthoughts box with the cotton in it. And we put him in there and we had a funeral for him and we buried him. And then 3 days later, we dug him back up and he was all stuck to the cotton. It was really cool. He was really dehydrated. That cotton helped dehydrate him a lot.
So what I did was bad, but that was really cool.
Yeah, we opened up a lot of things. Jackson, he makes what he calls cat treats. He catches crickets and grasshoppers and cuts their heads off and stuffs them with cat food. And gives it to and I'm like, what are you cutting the heads off with? Your fingernail, your toenail? He's like, no, I found a wood chip that was really sharp. I was like, oh, okay. Check, please. Oh, come on now. You don't want a cat treat? The cats loved them.
Been to any good restaurants lately, Gilbert?
No, I cook my own normally. Yeah. I go to Culver's once in a while. Culver's is 3 kinds of steak ground up. That's our burgers. That's really good.
Ooh, I bet it is.
I've heard the name of Culver's.
Yeah, Culver's claims that they get all their meat within 200 miles of where the restaurant is, so that it's all natural and
that's cool too.
Yeah, really good.
That's interesting.
Sometimes they have walleye.
Nice. Yeah, some walleye or some muskie. That'd be some pretty good fish to have in the freezer.
Well, I buy beer battered cod, and I cook them up twice a week. I have beer battered cod, but today I had sushi.
Wow, fancy like Applebee's, huh?
Was it cod sushi?
Tuna.
Well, I like tuna.
But I've eaten all sushi years ago. But you go to a good sushi restaurant, like in New York, it was $280 bill for dinner.
I'm afraid I would have to stop liking it.
It was a lot, but I mean, it was good. But sushi bars, you have to go in, and especially, but at any restaurant, you have to look and see if the cutter is clean and if everything's
the temperature is right.
Yeah,
right. But that's what's so weird. It's a bit of rice with the tiniest little piece of fish or something. Why should it cost
prosciutto? Real thin.
It's like I can thin cut some salmon and put it on some rice. Like, damn it.
And roll it in some seaweed.
But can you get the dried kelp to wrap it up in, and sea bass eggs, and
if I ordered it off Amazon, I probably could.
When I was in Washington, I could.
Yeah.
We had all kinds of kelp.
Kelp is good for you. You can take that. I take krill oil. Krill oil is good.
We roasted our pumpkin seeds this year. Oh, we do it every year, but this year I put cinnamon sugar on them, and yeah, they were really good.
Huh.
And then I made some with just salt and pepper. I mean, not pepper, but just salt and butter. And the kids ate that too.
Oh yeah, I love some good roasted pumpkin seeds.
And these
Well,
were awesome.
Our big thing here, South Dakota, we have like 50-acre sunflower seeds. Sunflower
Oh, wow.
farm. And when they're blooming and you drive by, there's some right by Interstate 90. And it's just like you see sunflowers forever.
Oh, I bet that's so pretty.
Yeah, really pretty.
You're really not missing much, lovely girl, unless it's a California roll. I'm serious.
Yeah,
I don't really like sushi that much. Maybe I've just never gotten it at a good place, you know, but
let me try to check this. I might get lost for a minute.
Okay.
We used to get stuff right off the boat in the Gulf down by Beaumont and Lake Charles because we knew a Cajun guy.
And stuff.
Yeah, we got 100. We would get like a 60-pound bag of oysters for like $30, and we'd get 10 pounds of medium-sized shrimp for like $6, right off the boat.
Oh wow!
I like crawfish too. We would, you know, whenever my friends, they go out and get crawfish, and then they'll come back and we'll buy from them and just boil them ourselves.
Big Country found him a baby squirrel.
Well, Bubba Lee Pardue down there by Lake Charles, he just has his whole crawdaddy ranch there, and he's got the crawdaddies trained for security. So if you try to steal them, they eat you up.
Nice.
You love me some crawdads. Mm.
Yeah, that was good. Louisiana, I was down there for a year, and man, all you needed was an accordion and a little guitar, and you had a party, and they always had food.
We had to go because they had to life flight Trevor when he was born to the Children's Hospital in Louisiana. And we were down there around Mardi Gras time. And my dad's like, we had to stay at the little Ronald McDonald house. And it was, you had your own bedroom, but a shared kitchen and living room. And so my dad's like, hey, tonight I'm going to cook gumbo. And I'm like, I don't know if that's such a good idea, Dad, because we're from Texas and this is Louisiana and our gumbo might be different. They might take offense to that, but everybody loved it. So I'm guessing it was okay. So,
Not Big Country. Squirrel is best fried.
Yeah.
Well, we got in trouble up in Colorado. We were looking for dynamite. And so we were shooting these little black squirrels and gutting them and cooking them up and eating them. And the park ranger came back because he was our guide to try and find this dynamite we needed to blow up. He says, you guys are eating an endangered species. So, okay. Well, we'll stop shooting them now.
Yeah.
He wasn't too happy with us. Hey, I got to go. Hey, God bless y'all.
Now you got to head out. All right. We'll see you later.
We'll see you later, Gilbert. Have a good night.
If anybody else wants to come up, I'll drop the StreamYards in chat again. Hopefully that's the right link.
Oh, lovely. You'd make it at my house though, because my kids are really picky too, and so it's like chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese. Of course, now they've gotten to where they don't like macaroni and cheese anymore. And Jackson likes carrots, but I have to make them like you would make your sweet potatoes at Thanksgiving and Christmas. You know, got to put some brown sugar in there and all that fun stuff. And then he'll eat them.
You cook carrots like candied yams?
I mean, they're sweet, you know, anyway, so yeah. And I make sweet potato fries too. Oh, my nose is running. But on my sweet potato fries, I make them with some cinnamon and sugar on them. That might be why the kids like them so much. Lots of butter and cinnamon and sugar.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. I gotta fix my schnoz. Ugh.
It didn't look broken.
No, well, it's trying to run off though, so it must be angry. Whatever it was, I'm sure I didn't do it on purpose. Alrighty. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't normally eat a lot, but I'm not that picky of an eater. I'll eat pretty much anything.
I will just about, because that's the way I was brought up. If you didn't eat what was on the table, you didn't eat. But my kids, I don't know. They're picky. And I cook the same stuff that I ate when I was a child, which I thought was great, you know. But
there's a lot of things, you know, that we love to eat that, you know, a lot of people don't.
My kid, or Trevor, he'll eat just about anything you put in front of him. But
there's that one thing that I love to eat that I haven't got to eat for years, but
oh my gosh, like green beans.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Because hey JJ, Jackson doesn't like green beans. I'm like, you cannot be my child because I'll eat a whole thing of plate of green beans by myself. And usually that's like, what happens because nobody else will eat them.
It's like I can open a jar or a can of black olives and just sit there and just eat them all, eat the whole can.
But yeah, but you can make yourself sick doing that.
Never happened before.
You chop them up and then you add some onion and some garlic and something else, and it's called Texas caviar. I can't remember what all you put in it, but it's good. But you get the little seasoning packets from the Pampered Chef, because I went to a Pampered Chef party, and that's what they used, and it was really good. I think black beans, and I don't normally like black beans.
You mix black olives and the green olives with pimento, and you mix that in with a little bit of the green olive juice into a couple of pounds of cream cheese.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's an amazing cracker dip.
Or we'll take and open up the thing of cream cheese and get some of that jalapeno jelly and pour over the top of it. And then you just dip your crackers in that.
I'm not down for jalapeno jelly. Yeah, Mufid, come on up.
Or I make spinach dip, and it does not taste like spinach when I'm done. Okay, but it's addicting.
Well, let's see. We've got you've had chicken salad, right? Where it's kind of like, it's not quite like tuna salad because it's got
celery.
Well, tuna salad can have celery, but it's also got shit like grapes in it.
Yes, the red grapes. Big Country, what is that looking for?
Damn, it got loud.
I did one of those. I did a chicken salad for a get together, and everybody was raving about it. And then afterwards, they found out that there was no chicken in it. It was a mushroom.
Oh my goodness! Did you put some pecans or I think it's pecans, isn't it?
No, I don't remember if it was pecans or walnuts.
I can't remember.
I can't remember if I put them in or not. I don't think I had any nuts in there.
Oh, nuts!
Hey,
I
Rob.
heard that about you, but I didn't want to say nothing.
Hello, Moofid. Hello, Big Country.
Can
Hey,
you hear me?
Rob.
Okay, Tupac. We'll see you in a little bit. Oh, I can't quit yawning. Sorry, guys.
Rob and Hardcore, I sent out your stickers yesterday along with a bunch of other packages. But I got a question for you guys. Something weird happened to me today. I was at a customer of mine that I've been doing work for years, and they became very close friends. But the wife, is actually the owner of the restaurant, and she approached me. Mind you, she's Asian, and she approached me and asked me if I was interested in marrying somebody to help her get a green card, and she was offering a lot of money. I was like, "Are you flipping kidding me? Are you fucking with me?" And I was like, "No, I can't do that. You know how much trouble I would get in for that."
Hey, Moofy.
Yo,
Does she have pictures?
she's the only child.
Well, I'm saying, does that?
It's actually her
business
sister.
owner have pictures?
Does she got a picture? Is what he's wanting to know.
No, I don't have a picture. It's actually her sister-in-law. I'm sorry, but no, she's the only child, and I kind of got creeped out of it. I actually met her. She looks decent, but at the same time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I could, I'm single, but
Get the bag. Get the bag.
Better get 2 bags, one for her and one for you in case hers breaks.
no.
Now, here's the funny part. She tells me, "Well, you got to January 1st to make a decision, and let us know what your demands are." I'm like, "What?"
Demands?
Yeah, she's like,
I
"You got
want
to January 1st.
50,000 chickens. No.
Let me know what your demands are." I'm just like, "What the fuck? Are you serious? This is fucking crazy, man."
Does she have to marry a guy? I mean, you know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's even better, Moofy. If they're willing to pay for me to marry this chick, I mean, hell, that's
you
great.
You can learn to love her, right?
Jokingly.
Of course, sight unseen, though. It doesn't matter how much, you've been talked to about it over the phone and everything else. If you get your ass there and the bottom's rusted out of it, you ain't going to want it.
Yep. I'd have
Can't
to
drive it then.
I'd have to sample the merchandise, put a few miles on it. But
I'm like, you can't go buy it without test driving it first.
Yeah, I got to see some
like I
pictures.
do.
A while back, you had 48 hours. You could go check out a car from the car lot and you buy, do all the paperwork and everything. If you didn't like it in 48 hours, you could bring it back. What if she bitched a lot once y'all got outside?
Hey, you better ask if there's like some stipulations to that.
You could be like, this
Well,
almost
jokingly,
money back guarantee.
Although I've already thought about it, and I would definitely have a contract, and there would have to be guarantees,
a warranty.
Like she's got to be able to give kids.
Huh?
What?
She'd have to be able to give me kids, otherwise it's a no go.
Yeah.
Well, I can send you 2 here in just a minute. No, I'm just kidding.
What if y'all
jokingly, I told her I would need 75 grand cash up front and 75 upon completion, and I would need head every morning before I go to work. And that girl looked at me and basically, did this. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this bitch is down for it.
Why does that sound like my mom?
Hey, how old is
she? Down for it.
How old is she?
She's 32. She actually looks decent, but that's kind of like
She's got a great personality.
How many other times does this deal fell
What's
through?
mom like? What's her grandma look like?
I don't know, but she looks decent.
It's a step grandma.
It's that's not my partake, just for the simple fact that if I'm gonna be with somebody, I want it to be fate or destiny or something
Not
like
a mail
that.
order bride.
Well, I've given up on
it
fate.
Sounds like $150,000 worth of fate or destiny to me.
Man, well, that's the thing. I have money, so 150 G's. That ain't shit to me. I mean, I got money.
But you got to do it out of the kindness of your heart.
True.
Hey,
at the same
My
time,
heart ain't that kind.
hold on.
but at the
I'm
same
just saying,
time,
I love Asian women and I love Asian food. So
yeah, me too. But at the same time, neither are
Movie.
good if you're locked the fuck up for fraud.
Yeah, but
Right?
it's not fraud. It's not fraud. If she signs a contract and stays married for a certain amount of time,
It's long-term prostitution.
Well, they do that in some countries.
Not
I
this
actually
one.
watched the documentary. Rob, I
I'm
watched
just
the
saying you were
documentary.
betrothed.
I'd
I watched
marry a
it.
cute chick to get her a green card if she give me kids and stayed with me for a while. Yeah.
Cleaning, cooking the house, you know. Clean the
Love you
house,
long
cook for
time.
you. I think it for you.
No.
But yeah, that was wild. That was wild. But yeah, I mean,
it sounds a little wild. Like it's
I actually
out
was
there
driving
wild.
home. I was actually driving home with having a bunch of imagining things. I'm on the highway.
I was going to say
and-
what's really wild about it is you're picturing yourself doing it.
Yeah, I get a lot. Like I said, she looks good. She looks decent, but at the same time, it's like, I just got done with a marriage. I'm with somebody now.
You don't
How many
know what
previous-
kind of evil that could come from that.
How many
Yeah,
previous
because
owners
the
She could
second
be
I
my
sign those papers, she could take out a life insurance policy. I don't know what kind of whack job she is.
She could be a he.
Well,
I mean,
I'd catch a
it
case.
happens every day.
I'd catch a case. I'd be locked up for a murder right about now.
That's what I said a while ago. What are y'all going to do if both of y'all's penises get in the way?
Wow. Sword fight.
Oh, no. Make sure
I'm
you
just
talk
taking
to
it
her on the
back to
phone
our
first
people.
because
You
she
must
has
have
a
got
very
too many
deep
parts.
voice.
No, I talked to her. And it just seemed awkward. I wasn't expecting that. Came from like left field. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, I'm just saying, Moofy, you could always give her my number.
That's an option. Well,
And
she told me you got to January 1st
But
to
Lucy's
make
gonna
up your
say that I
mind.
get half.
I'm
Better
on
get your
January
cut out
1st.
of it. Better get your cut out of it.
Hey, Jack,
Man,
Yeah, January 1st, that's when the fiscal year starts over again for taxes and shit, isn't it? I mean,
True that.
well, it could also
I would definitely break the merchandise. She
yeah.
would turn into a porn star.
the January date might be when the visa expires.
It could be.
me
know,
and
that-
my little brother were having a conversation one time, and I was talking about a girl, and I was like, "Yeah, she looked like a porn star," and he was like, "Dude, that don't really count, man, because I've seen some ugly bitches and some porn." All right?
I said I turned her into a porn star.
Apparently,
my
my
Debbie Does Dallas could be midget clown porn.
apparently
wow.
my really did that.
All right,
Was it-
since hardcore said midget, you just reminded me about maybe about a month or two back. I woke up hysterically laughing my fucking ass off, and I had a dream that I somehow met up with a midget, and she basically told me, "Papi, you're hot. I don't have to get on my knees to suck your dick." And I just lost it. I woke up out of my dream laughing my fucking ass off.
She wouldn't even have to get on her knees.
I fucking died laughing.
It's like that meme. Barbie sure does have a lot of nice stuff for a bitch who can't get on her knees.
Or
Anybody
Just
watch,
saying.
anybody ever watch that Kevin Hart skit where he was talking about hanging out with Shaq and I forget who else it was and everything? He said, "I'm just down here at dick level with everybody,"
Wow.
That's sad.
well, just remember, elevators smell different to midgets.
Oh,
Well, I was thinking of buying I was thinking about buying a 3-flat unit, a 3-apartment building, and converting it to a 6-unit. And all I would be doing would be basically cutting each unit in half and making it 6 foot or 5 foot ceilings. Is what the fuck does a midget need with 9 foot ceilings?
True.
Hey, I remember that. I do that as a joke as a kid, and they were called Slim Fits Maxi Pads.
Oh wow!
Oh my!
Because if you remember, Slim Fits was like the name of the midget on a show back in the day, like on Casablanca. I don't remember which one, but apparently one of those midgets was named Slim Fits, and that's
the plane.
You had to make
well,
it
speaking of maxi pads, Rob, I took 2 maxi pads, tied a pair of shoelaces to each one of them, wrapped them up in a package, and put my brother's name on it. Said "Merry Christmas." I handed it to him for Christmas. Was it last year or the year before? He opened it up like, "What the fuck are these?" I'm like, "Dude, these are your earplugs, bro." He's like, "You motherfucker."
No, it's like that thing where they'll draw an eye on a maxi pad and say, "Look, I got you an iPad."
Wow.
Damn. But no, hey, stuff like maxi pads and tampons are great to have in a survival kit.
Hey, if your cooler, the plug gets lost or broken, you can put a tampon in the little spot, the drain spot, you know? I'm telling you,
Man,
I wouldn't lie to you about this. It works.
If MacGyver would have been able to talk to you people, he'd still be on there today. You know what?
I'm telling you.
Hardcore, that's great hack. That's a good one.
I'm telling you, it works. Plug it with a tampon. The guy at Walmart was putting my groceries in the cooler and he broke the little drain. And I'm like, you dumbass, who does this? I'm like, what am I going to do? And a friend of mine's like, shit, put a tampon in there. I'm like, true, it plugs your hole, don't it? So, you know, I'll put a tampon in there. Get the Super Plus, though. That works the longest. I'm just saying.
And sometimes I wish I could put a tampon in some people's mouths. They just fucking won't shut the fuck up. Like, man.
So
I was talking to this
story.
roofer the other day, and I just happened to meet the guy. I don't know who the fuck it was, and I was waiting in line in the checkout, and dude was just blabbing and blabbing and blabbing and blabbing, and I'm like, man, this motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up. And he's talking to me like he knows me and shit. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Like, you don't know me like that.
Like, you don't know me like that, dude. You know, back the fuck off. You know.
We ain't friends.
Huh?
That's when you tell them I ain't your friend. What are you talking to me like? We want information or some shit. What are you, the FBI?
Look, I won $25 today.
Sweet.
Nice.
On a $2 ticket, not bad.
No, not bad at all.
All right.
Country.
So I went to the gas station this morning, Rob. I was pumping my gas. I turn around. I open the driver's side door of the truck. I reach in and grab a cigarette, and I find this on the floor under my truck. It's green.
Two things. Two things.
Send that to me. Two things. Somebody is driving around pissed right now.
Well, send that to me. And number 2, don't be smoking a cigarette while you're pumping gas.
Right.
Well, I was reaching in for a cigarette, and then I looked down for some reason. I seen the baggie. I looked at it. What the fuck? And I seen the nuggets. I'm like, and actually, to be honest with you, I already pulled out 2 blunts out of here.
Oh, dang.
So somebody's driving around pissed.
Well, that's their bad.
Probably better than this stuff, but.
And you want me to send that little bag I got? Are you kidding me?
It's about a greedy fucker, ain't it?
Control test it.
Oh, this is something that was given to me yesterday.
Hey, did you ever auction anything off over here or no?
No, I haven't. Not that I can remember. I might have gotten drunk and auctioned something off one time.
I would try to auction some shit off from time to time if I were you on your stream. Make some extra money.
I found out that I have a friend that does copper pours. I had no idea.
Nice.
I told him to get some molds or make some molds because everybody likes them like molded into the shape of something.
Oh, wow.
Like my piggy.
When you've only got like 6 people in chat right now, it's kind of difficult to
Gotta go ahead and overshoot that holding spot you was waiting for.
Yeah, I was over on Rock by the street a while ago.
Not working.
No, I got it, Big Country, and I mentioned how cute that baby squirrel was.
No, I'm talking about this mic. Is it not working?
No, I can hear you.
Can you not hear us?
Well, I can hear y'all. It's just 2 or 3 times I've been talking and then just got walked all over, and I just.
I'm sorry, hon.
I'm sorry.
I was going to get the hammer out and see if I could fix it, but I just turned the gain up on it a bit to see if that helped.
Yeah, we just.
But no, you were talking about the tampons there a little while ago. You know, I have been married for quite some time now, and probably about 10 years ago, you know, I got sent on that mission. Stop at the store and get me some tampons while you're at it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I got something better for you. I'll be right back. Hold on.
So I go and get a box of tampons. Just grabbed one off the shelf, brought them to the house. She tells me the next day, "Oh, you got the wrong ones. Those were the supers. I needed the regulars." And, you know, I got to thinking, if that fucking tampon box had a set of pictures on the back of it that went, guys would be able to buy tampons fairly easy. I mean, if it had a fist, you knew you had the wrong fucking box. Right or wrong?
Some company's gonna see this and go, "What a wonderful idea!"
Oh, that's fucking hilarious, Big Country.
All right, I got one for you. I got one for you.
What if you see a foot on it?
Last Sunday was my birthday, right? Well, my woman took me out to my birthday, and on the way back, she told me, "Oh, you know what? Stop at Walgreens. I need you to grab me a douche." I'm like, "All right, cool." So I go in there, and usually she likes these Island Fresh.
Okay, let me tell you. Have you ever smelled an ocean breeze? I do not want my shit smelling like an ocean breeze. I've been to the ocean. I've smelled that breeze. It does not smell good.
No, it says Island. It says Island Splash.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's some saying ocean breeze. No, ocean breeze. I don't want my. No, I'm trying to get it. Does not smell like an ocean breeze. No, okay.
Hold on. There's a difference though. You know, there's an old saying: if it smells like fish, do as you wish. If it smells like cologne, leave it alone. And that basically means
if it smells like an ocean breeze and you ain't nowhere near the Gulf, something's wrong.
But also if it smells like cologne, what they trying to cover up?
No, I've heard this.
They trying to base over something there that patchouli probably wouldn't take care of.
Exactly. Oh God. No.
I've always heard that if she goes to the bathroom and comes out smelling like your soap, something's wrong.
All right, so you know, I stop at Walgreens, and I know the kind that she likes, you know. So I'm looking, and they didn't have any of that scent or whatever the flavor.
Flavor. Oh my God.
That was a little hint. So I'm looking, and the only one they had was vinegar something. And I'm like,
vinegar and water.
Yeah, vinegar and water, and I'm like, fuck. So I grab it. I take it over to the pharmacist. I'm like, "Hey man, do you have Island Splash?" He's like, what is that? I'm like, "The douche." He just looked at me like, "You motherfucker." And he's an older pharmacist. And he's like, "What's wrong with it?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't eat vinegar, bro." I'm like, I don't eat vinegar. That pharmacist just fucking lost it.
Oh my God.
I was like, "Dude, it's my birthday. I want to eat some dinner, and I can't eat no fucking vinegar. I don't like vinegar."
Vinegar is not a dessert item. Okay.
He said, "You know what? We got to get your appetite going. Hold on, let me go in the back and see if we can find some for you."
I heard that if you eat pineapples or citrus fruit, never mind. Go ahead. What?
I like.
No, wait. I want to hear what you heard that it did. I really want to hear. No, you already. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
what?
I want to hear about pineapple and citrus fruit.
You've got all of our interests. Go.
Well, I was just told that if you oh my God, if you have pineapple or any type of citrus fruit, then it's supposed to make you taste sweeter down there. I don't know. Yeah.
Go get juice.
Like, I guess, I don't know, like strawberries or pineapples and orange. I don't know. But
Hardcore.
What if
Hardcore. Let
you're
me
in
ask
the
you a
garlic?
question. Can you see me?
uh-huh.
Sometimes.
I
If you're
eat.
in front of the camera.
I eat these. You see what this is?
A raspberry.
So
You can come and taste it.
Oh my god.
Oh, hey. All I'm saying, if I can eat this much jerky, just imagine how well I can eat pussy.
You know, there was
probably
a
shit
joke
like a
on
rabid grizzly. You know it?
there was a joke on BET comedy one night, and it said, "You ain't never had your shit eat till you had." It was a fat guy. He said, "I'm big. I like to eat. You ain't never had your shit eat till you had your shit eat by a man who like to eat." I was like, "What the hell?"
No, this old man told me. He told me a woman never experienced a good pussy eating unless he got eaten by a man with dentures. He just pulls them out, and he's no teeth required.
Oh no, that shit ain't right.
Well, I could really send this conversation sideways.
Nope.
Do it, big country.
I'm already
Come
upside
out.
down over here. I don't know if I can go sideways too.
That's not a. No, see, now we have to change the entire conversation because I mean, what I was about to say, and you hollering, I'm already upside down. That's not going to work since I'm married.
Oh, God.
So we're going to have to skip.
Big country, watch out! Your wife's behind
Hardcore
you.
doesn't do that. He's a very sweet girl. He's funny, and Hardcore doesn't do stuff like that.
Well, can I turn you into a pretzel?
Oh, hey. If you don't do stuff like that, you're probably gonna have to change your name from Hardcore.
Well, no. See, legs aren't supposed to bend like that when you're my age.
The legs are supposed. Your ankles are supposed to go to the back of your neck.
That's why some of us got them big ass hoop earrings.
No,
Right.
I've always heard that too, and that's why I never wore hoop earrings. My
Just
ankles
like
don't go in
somebody-
hoop earrings.
Somebody here a while back said that them choker things that they wear every once in a while was supposed to be like a black belt and cocksucking or something. I wasn't sure.
Oh my god!
Wow, this
No,
whole
what's
stream with
worse
the
is when
shit.
you're up in a restaurant with a guy, okay, and then this other guy comes in.
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
restaurant-
You know what I just realized?
What?
I kind of have a borderline photographic memory. Your Harley Quinn outfit the other night, you had a choker on, didn't you?
No comment.
Oh,
I'm not even going to say no. No, I take it back because it would have been really bad then. No, never mind. Mm-mm.
oh.
And on that note,
Big country's wife is laughing her ass off right now.
Oh, that's great.
That's crazy talk. Somebody needs to come fold my laundry because I don't want to do
is
it.
it bad that even though you've got your camera turned off, I can still hear how red you face it?
Oh my god!
Look what Dreadpool walked into. Hey, Dreadpool.
Oh
What up,
my!
dude?
No, but I was at a restaurant. It's the one that everybody goes to when they after the club, you know. But I was with this other guy. Some guy I had previously dated comes in, stumbling in drunk, saying some really bad stuff. Like, hey, man, you are lucky because she gives the best beep. I mean, I'm like, oh my jeez.
Hardcore, can I come over and find out?
I'm allergic to that stuff now. It makes me swell.
Robert, get a wheel started. Hurry.
That I'm allergic. It makes me swell. Makes my stomach swell.
I bet you
Hey,
it does.
I really go fucking oil in my coffee.
That's fine with me.
Anyway, yeah, folding towels. Gotta fold these towels.
But unfortunately, the best time was last week, huh? Damn it. Always the
I know.
Short.
Last Saturday was the cutoff date. Now you're gonna wait a whole other cycle.
Right? And
Well,
Saturday was for the girl. Damn it.
in other words, what she's saying is
No, because
she's
that's
done
close
with
to
it.
ovulation. It would have been a boy.
What she's trying to say is she's done with it and she's ready to fuck.
You guys are crazy.
All I gotta say is I
yeah.
both wrists. I'm tired of this shit.
You could what?
Wow.
I didn't hear that.
What?
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean for real. I'm shaking out the rug, and I didn't hear it.
Oh, you're shaking out the rug. Is that what you're doing right now? Is that why the camera's off?
That's what you call it nowadays,
Look,
huh?
you see this right here? Oh, look at the
Oh, wow.
Oh. We had to call the lady that works at the zoo to come get the baby that we found.
Aw, baby squirrel.
Oh, but this one was a little bitty baby, and I had it wrapped in a blanket, and it was making little baby sounds. So I was bouncing it like this. I'm like, why am I bouncing this like it's a human baby? But I was.
No, cute
She
little
didn't
squirrel.
deny it. Hardcore's ready for some. She didn't deny it.
Y'all hush y'all mouth. That's evil talk. Evil. Y'all evil.
No, no, no.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now,
Got the southern urge.
there is a vast difference between evil and tempting.
Horny.
Yes.
Tempting can bring out evil. So
That's evil.
I think what you're meaning to tell him is to hush because he's about to talk you into bad stuff.
Yes.
You,
No, no,
you
no,
got
no, no, no.
He ain't got it. You got it.
No, nobody's got it.
No, no, lower the camera a little bit. I want to see.
She jumped. What?
She's bending
No,
over. Like,
it's so
lower
funny
the
because
camera.
when
I
I
want
go
to
to get
see.
the clothes out of the washing machine, I'm practically like all the way in the washing machine because I'm so short.
Exactly.
Well, look,
Right.
look, hold on, look.
The camera
Lower
a
the
little
camera
bit.
just a little bit, and then do it again.
I think you dropped something way over there.
There's
I
the sock
just
hiding.
bet. I just bet. This is why I had the camera off. Nobody wants to see me do laundry.
I want to see you. I love your
You just-
hair.
Angle.
Do what?
You just need to adjust the camera angle. That's all.
Yeah, that's all.
With that one filter that won't let fabric show up or whatever it was.
Dreadpool, you shook your face.
What's going to be funny is when y'all see some shit fly out of that side of the screen over here in a second.
Do what?
Just before that whole thing pops up on mine, it says warning technical difficulty and shit. Yeah.
I've got on 2 pairs of pants, y'all. I'm doing good to bend over it all.
I ain't gonna lie. The last time I heard the name Big Country was it about my sophomore year in high school, and he was a real short Caucasian male, but that motherfucker was fat.
I'm
I was like-
6'3", about 200 pounds.
That guy was
I'm
about
5'2".
5'4" and about 400 pounds.
The Big Country nickname came when I used to live down in Tampa, Florida, and was working at a Kmart and was stocking third shift. And one of the guys down there, I had just moved down there from Kentucky, so he used to talk about my accent all the time and everything. Well, I'm over in toys, and he's over in sporting goods trying to move a weight set and can't get it to budge. So he gets on the PA system, and it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. He starts hollering, "Hey, where's your big country ass at?" Because at the time, I weighed damn near 300 pounds.
Oh, wow.
And so we found each other after a couple of minutes and finally went and got that stuff taken care of. And when we got ready to leave the next morning, walked outside, and here's 2 of Tampa's finest sitting outside the door waiting. And when we walked out the door, one of them looked at me and went, either one of you guys know who Big Country is? And I looked at Timmy and went, I guess I am. Why? And he said, well, you know, you guys working in here at night and everything, if you're having trouble finding each other, could you do me a favor? The next time you go to yell over the PA system, could you turn off the ones that are over lawn and garden so the 300 unit apartment complex isn't all calling us at 3 a.m.? I'm like, yeah, because I mean, he was, where's your big country ass motherfucker? I moved this, you know, and yeah. So that nickname is kind of stuck ever since.
Wow.
You got 300 unit apartment complex right next door, and him screaming over the PA system at 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's like whenever, because my kids sometimes they get the off schedule, like they're off schedule right now, and it'll be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and Jackson decides to go outside and start screeching as loud as he can. And I'm like, dude, we live in a neighborhood, and these people have to actually go to work, and their kids have to go to school, so you might want to keep it down. Well, they call the law, because when they do, I'm hiding in a closet.
Just teach him the phrase, let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they call the cops and they show up, I'm telling them, I don't know who you are. You were 18, and I told you to move out a while back.
I picked this girl up off the side of the road. I felt sorry for her. That I'd give her a warm bath and something to eat, and then send her on her way. That was 3 weeks ago, and bitch still ain't left.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's how she operates, huh?
All right. I want to know, since Lovely Girl said, "Oh my God, that brought back I can't talk." She said, "Oh my God, that brought back horrible memories." Come on up, on the panel. I want to hear these memories.
Right, Lovely Girl? You definitely should come up and tell us those memories.
I want to hear some memories.
Memories.
Now we can make some memories, hardcore.
Memories.
I have a horrible memory.
Yeah, I'm like, you know.
I tend to forget a lot.
Yeah, but hardcore, there's some things you don't forget.
It's like riding a bicycle. Well, no, it's not like riding a bicycle.
Well, if you get in the right groove, I mean, kind of.
That's funny that you mentioned that, because somebody had said that to Scott for some reason one time. Said, you never forget. It's like riding a bicycle. And he's like, well, funny thing about that is I've never rode a bicycle before. Being that he was in a wheelchair.
Well, I mean, no, not really, if you think about it, because riding a bicycle, you got to make sure you're keeping your balance. You got to make sure that everything stays moving. You got to remember to put your feet out if you stop. I mean, no, it's not really like riding a bicycle. You got to keep your balance, and you got to put your foot out to stop and all that other shit. Your partner's got some shit going on. You probably ought not be messing with that individual. And
you have to wear a helmet and knee pads.
Yeah. Sound like a full contact sport.
That sounds
I got
like a
whole package of helmets.
Happen to work.
Just sitting here doing laundry.
All right, I better stop.
Volunteering to be a crash test dummy.
Oh, goodness.
It's like, I bet you 10 ounces of silver, you can't break it off.
Break what off?
What off? I don't get it. Y'all taking lessons on how to fold laundry? I'll tell you how to fold a fitted sheet in a minute.
Yeah, you roll somebody just put a rubber band around it and run.
No, you take your sheets off your bed, you wash them, you put them in the dryer, and then you put them shits right back on the bed. You don't have to fold them.
Well, I was gonna say I used to do stock. I used to be a stock boy at J.C. Penney, so
I do fold my fitted sheets though, for real.
I could actually
So
fold
you
my
know-
clothes. If
You
you
know
walk
how
into my closet, if you walk into my closet, everything's fucking like you would walk into a J.C. Penney or a Walmart, and it's all folded up the right way.
And nobody's gonna
hung the
see it.
right
I
way.
put it in a basket on the top shelf in the bathroom. Nobody sees that crap. But I know it's not folded properly.
Well, those are linens, you know. I mean, you're not wearing linens, you know.
But I have to fold them properly. In my bathroom, it's dark gray, light gray, green, dark gray, light gray, green, dark gray, light gray, or I can't go to sleep at night. The towels have to be in that order.
No, see, I still live like a bachelor. It's like I take my clothes off and throw them to the side of the bed, and my clean clothes are at the foot of the bed.
My wife
That's
wants
funny.
to. I won't take my clothes out of the clothes basket and hang them all up.
Damn.
True story. She's looking at the back of my head right now like she's trying to burn a hole through it.
She
I
wants to
have
walk.
created a rule that I don't bring any clothes in a basket in the house. That's why I have to fold it and hang it while I'm in here, or we just won't be wearing them shits.
Folded, stacked piles on the bed that he can do with what he wants, because I'm not doing that with them.
Big country.
That, girl, I'd be like, I don't wear them clothes. I don't have to fold them.
Big
I
country.
tell my kids, and you know what? That shit will sit on my bed for a damn week, and I'm like, let it sit there.
Is that
I'm
your
like,
wife?
oh,
Big
I don't
country?
have any underwear. I'm like, well, it ain't my fault.
Well, big country, your wife's gonna come up to you from behind, and she can do this to you.
Don't worry about that.
Right upside the
And
head.
you know what? And you know what? I didn't see shit.
Now, there's probably a heavy ashtray or something in front of her that she'd throw at the back of his head.
Dude,
first.
it's made out of cast iron. Looks like a little frying pan.
Hey, bro, don't give me no ideas, bro.
I kid you not.
Do you really think I would have lasted this long if I let it get to me?
Girl, I know that's right.
I don't know what she does to me in my sleep. I woke up all fucking sore a few times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she ain't gonna tell you either.
But did you wake up with a smile though?
Probably not.
JJ, you never could have been one of those. It could have been a sock party.
Man, if he waking up
That's
sore,
what
probably.
kind of sore I was talking about.
Yeah,
She
if
said,
he waking up,
"Motherfucker."
would have been a
From the
sock
top
party.
row.
Hold on, I gotta clock out real quick.
Hey man, we're just joking here. No disrespect intended towards you or your
Dude,
woman.
Shit, she's mean enough. She can handle herself.
She sounds like she needs to be my best friend.
No, we got to keep like-minded women away from each other. Otherwise,
Next thing you know,
They
they
do
be on
that
the post
already, but
drive.
honestly, behind y'all's back, we already, got stuff planned. So
Hey Maxwell.
At the back, I'm right in front of you, showing you my plans.
look at this. He's
Oh,
like,
really?
oh crap, better run for the hills.
lovely girls chunked an ash at somebody before.
Dude, my brother threw a knife at. I was teasing my brother when we were kids, and he started chasing. Mind you, this is my little brother. We're little kids at the time. He got so pissed because I kept calling him Dumbo and Big Ears and Monkey. And he got
Aw.
fuming pissed, and he started throwing shit, and I'm running down, from the kitchen towards the dining room into the living room. And I ducked underneath the dining room table, and underneath, I was actually laying across the dining room chairs underneath the table. But when he threw the knife, it actually bounced off the kitchen wall twice, and it landed right on back of my sister's calf, sticking straight out just like that.
Ooh.
Boy, my brother caught the biggest ass whooping that day.
I bet he did.
The next morning, I woke up getting my ass whooped. He actually tied me down to the bed and fucked me up.
I almost
He
pushed
fucked
my
me.
sister into our coffee table one time. It was glass. But I grabbed her and pulled her back because I thought, if we break that coffee table, Mama gonna whoop our ass, and it's not gonna be pretty. So yeah, I wasn't worried about my sister. I was worried about my ass getting in trouble.
I watched I watched the baby sister sink a crochet hook about that far into the older sister's forearm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she was trying. The younger sister come in from outside. Oh, no, both of them are younger sisters, but I'm talking about the baby and then the next one. Uh, she was. Thank you. She was laying down on the couch, and the baby sister come running in from outside. She tries to sit down. Well, Misty just pushed her up and said, "I'm laying here." Amanda said, "I want to sit down." And she starts to sit down again. And when Misty pushed her this time, she pushed her and she kind of fell across the coffee table. And Amanda stood up and said, "Let me sit down." And she starts to sit back down again. And when Misty raised that arm up, Amanda had picked up a crochet hook off of the coffee table and sunk that sumbitch in Misty's forearm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Misty looked at me and screamed, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell you want me to do. It's got a big barb on the end of it. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
We're
What
gonna
size
have to leave
hook
it.
was it? Was it like a, I'm hoping
No, it
it was a
wasn't-
little one, like a F. I mean, not an F, but like a G or something.
Hell if I don't. How do I look like I crochet really
The
good?
one I usually use.
Like, how the fuck they've got letters associated with them?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, really. That's what I'm saying. It's like a
Because I lost my H. No, it was my I hook the other day because I need to finish Jackson's hat.
there ought not be shit called an eye hook. There ought not be a damn thing on this planet called an eye hook.
Well, I
No, I was
know
gonna have
somebody
a
that
store.
goes by that name.
I wanted to put
I know
a store
somebody
on
that goes
Etsy
by
because
that.
I make the little toboggans and the scarves and the little headband ear wrap things. I was gonna call it Not Your Average Hooker.
Oh, that is
Big
cute.
Country. I know a guy
I
that
was
goes
like,
by
I'm
that
gonna have
name.
an Etsy store and
Hi,
I'm gonna
Hook.
call it Not Your Average Hooker.
That would work.
Wouldn't that be cute?
Does he
I
dress
think
real
I'll
funny?
know.
Huh?
Is it like a prostitute? But
No, he's actually a stripper. He's actually a stripper.
what-
He's an escort. He's
what
an
made me-
escort for women.
Really, really mad though is I was almost finished with one of Trevor's. You know, you have to make all your squares first, and then you got to sew your squares together. Was already in the process of sewing my squares together, and I put it in the closet. And apparently, because we were living in a mobile home at the time, and it was an older one, so apparently there was a nail or something that was sticking out of the wall, and I had the blanket in there, and I went to get it out to work on it, and it caught that nail and ripped half the center out. So I had to rip. Oh, I was so mad. I had to rip every one of
Hardcore.
them squares back apart that I had already sewn, and oh, it was not good.
see, I put a
Look at
stick
this.
face on the
Look
screen.
at that. That's from a sewing machine.
No, you have to hand sew these together.
No, this one was
Right.
sewing machine. My dad was a custom tailor, and my mom, when I was a baby, laid me down in the machine that my dad was working next to the machine my dad was working on, because there was two sewing machines and the tabletops were like, flushed together. And I guess I rolled over, or I don't know. I was in diapers. I don't remember, but I guess my hand was stretched or something, and it got caught in the pulley and it took it off.
Ooh.
And I did not realize it till I was in kindergarten. Was it kindergarten or first grade? I think it was kindergarten. We took a trip out to a field trip with the class to the John Hancock building in downtown Chicago. And when you're on a field trip, you have the parent chaperones, and we're going up the elevator, and I was in the back of the line with one of the mothers, and we're going up the elevator. I'm what, 5, 6 years old at the time, if I remember. I'm here fucking with the elevator buttons, pushing all the buttons. And I switched hands, and that's when I realized it, and I fucking wigged out, crying, screaming. The fucking thing took my finger. I'm flipping the fuck out. And I'm flipping. And the mother's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" I'm like, I'm holding my hand, my finger. And she's trying to get me to open my hand. I was like, "No." And I'm like, "Man, it took my finger. And I'm holding my hand like this. Then finally she pried my hands apart and seen it. And she's like, "What the fuck?" So they call, we get up to the top of the John Hancock building with the rest of the group, and the teacher the parents talking to the teacher, and I'm still wigging the fuck out. The kids are like, "Oh my God." They call my mom up, and I'm hysterical. I'm fucking crying. My mom's like, no, that happened to you when you were a baby, you dummy. Why you making a big commotion? You being silly. My mom, where's my finger? I want my finger back. This ain't cool.
I'll be right back.
So not only do I manage a rather large gas station, but convenience store, but I work part-time doing construction, a little bit of maintenance, shit like that. You know, got a friend of mine that owns quite a few properties, and I help him out with a lot of extra stuff. And me and my cousin are out there helping him one day. And Casey, we've got one of the old military dump trucks, double deuce or deuce and a quarter, or whatever they call it, you know. And the tailgate on this thing probably weighs a good 600-700 pounds. And it can either work as a dump gate, swing open, or it's hinged on one side. You can put the pins in it and it'll swing open like a tailgate. And so we've had it throwing trash in it and all this other stuff. So we've had the gate swung around to the side. And me and Mike are standing there talking as Casey goes to shut the tailgate. And on the back of the tailgate, there's 2 spots across this entire 8-foot wide tailgate where there's a 1-inch.
He is watching the live stream. How does he even get to it?
I don't know. But there's 2 steel pieces that stick out that tailgate rests on in the middle, so that it doesn't have all the weight running across the beam across the top to make it sag. And when Casey went to shut that tailgate, he got lucky enough to have that finger right in the spot where one of them pieces of steel was at, and it just just mashed it straight off. And he come walking past me holding his hand, and I was like, what's going on? And he said, I mashed my finger. And I went, oh, is it bad? And he said, yeah, pretty bad. And I went over, and me and Mike went over to finish shutting the tailgate, and Mike looked and reached up and flicked the end of Casey's finger off of the damn, it was mashed to the tailgate, just stuck to it, and it hit the ground. And I was like, well, that's not good. So I grabbed my cigarette cellophane, got the finger and the nail and all of that picked up, and went back over to Casey, and I was like, come on, get in the truck. And he said, you gotta give me a minute. And I went, I don't have to give you a minute. You can either get up or I'm gonna pick you up like a child. You know, he's half my size. So we sit there for another second or two, and he gets up and starts towards the truck. It was a damned ordeal, dude. We get over to the hospital, and the doctor, Dobner, is an old military doctor, and I mean, he just has no bedside manner. It's let's hurry up and get it over with. I got other stuff to do.
Oh yeah.
And he numbed Casey's hand all up and everything. Had a big needle just sitting there jabbing while he's talking to everybody in the room. Just got this needle just jabbing away. And then he kept asking for some weird tool, and I can't remember what the name of it was. But when they brought it in, if he would have just said, if y'all could bring the bone snips up here, you know, I mean, it would have made this conversation a lot shorter. And while we're standing there talking, he's holding Casey's finger and just and just talking to, you know, him and Mike are talking about cattle and stuff while he's sitting there just snipping the bone back off of Casey's finger and shit. Later on, I was telling Casey, I'm like, dude, every time I heard that thing click, I could feel it in my spine and my knees. And Casey looked at me and went, oh, it was bothering you? Oh, because it was my fucking finger he had. You know? But it was bothering you.
Yeah, that would suck. But hello, Trevor. Glad you're watching, bud. Just doing our usual shit, you know, drinking some beer, smoking some weed, having some fun.
Get to the mic. Go. Watch that. Get-
There you go.
Well, come on.
Honest with you, I don't mind it, big country, because I got a built-in French tickler.
Casey said every time. Casey said if he does like this,
Hi, Trevor.
how you doing, bud?
Good to see you, buddy.
I know all about getting stitches. Scars. He ran into, he fell into the fireplace hearth at my sister's. I don't remember what he did there. He's got one on his chin because he was in it. He had a little walker at the time, and he was chasing little girls. Yeah, and he tripped and fell and cut his chin open.
That happened.
I told him them girls was bad news.
I stuck an axe in my head one time.
Ooh.
Explains a lot.
Well, I thought I was Houdini.
Beat to the
But it didn't work out that way. The jars did not go that way. They went this way, and I had a big piece of glass in my foot. I was 3 years old. They shouldn't have put glass jars on my favorite book.
It's like here a while back.
I've had eye surgery twice. And he's had surgery on his private bits. And tubes in his ears twice. And he's got to go potty. Oops, I'll be right back. He's got to go potty.
That was TMI.
Trigger praise.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, that reminds me.
Yeah, he's like, oh, wait, speaking of which, yeah, I got to go to the bathroom. So what y'all been up to, big country?
Work.
Just a lot of work at your convenience store?
Well, that and I got a boat.
Oh, wow, that's terrible. That's just a hole in the water that you throw money into.
No, I mean, yeah, actually, it's with as cheap as I got it and everything.
It still hasn't come up to value.
I've got about a $5,000 setup that I got around $1,500 tied up in.
No, nice.
I mean, it is a missile on the water. It's a V6 Suzuki, 150 horsepower on a 16-foot bass boat. I got the boat, the motor, three batteries, a trolling motor, and 2 fish finders, an extra prop, and I got all of that for I think it was $870.
Oh, wow, nice. Really good deal.
My last praline cookie that Roseanne sent me for my birthday. These are off the fucking chain, bro. Perfect.
Man, I cannot remember where I heard the line at. No, actually I do. It was Cadillac Man with Robin Williams. But he was talking about one of the co-workers that stole a sale from him or something. He said, if you were an ice cream flavor, you'd be pralines and dick.
Oh yeah, lovely girl. I've seen sparks more than once. Never been knocked out, but I've seen sparks.
Excuse me. Actually, I think a Modelo's knocked me out before, but.
Or blacked out, but.
Well,
He's gonna talk for me while I clean out the dishwasher. Here you go. Tell him what's up, Trent.
yeah, when's daylight savings?
I don't know when daylight savings is, honestly.
To be honest, my phone does all that shit automatically, so I don't know.
Hey Google, when is daylight savings?
I didn't know
Daylight
who
saving
Google
time
was.
in Illinois began on Sunday, March 14th, 2021 at 2 a.m. and ends on Sunday, November 7th at 2 a.m. Central Time.
So 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So daylight or clocks change 2 days from now.
Oh yeah. They pushed it back this year.
Hey Google, call 911.
Dude, one of the YouTubers, I think it was Smarter Every Day. That cat started out one of his videos and he was like, "Hey Google, hey Siri," you know, I mean, just went through all of them and said, "Play this song, top, you know, volume max," and all this other shit. And I'm talking, and then just sit back and laugh for a minute. Because, I mean, before you could get to him to shut him up, your device was doing what it was told. You know what I mean?
Not funny.
It's very funny.
No, it's not.
All
Hey
right.
Alexa, 911.
Get in there.
Only person I ever heard wash dishes with a hammer.
Wow.
Did she use a smoke alarm as a timer?
Damn, Trevor, what's your mom doing to those 4 dishes?
What? Do what?
Trevor, when she's cooking, does she use a smoke alarm as a timer? Did she burn a lot of stuff?
This woman cooks my meals. I can't say nothing.
Right? He's
Yeah,
like,
he's
nope.
he's not wanting to be drug into that conversation. Don't worry, Trevor. I wouldn't get you in trouble. I'll take all the blame.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get carried away.
Hey, Opus.
Yeah, I got to live with this woman. Gotta be careful.
Quite often, Trevor. Quite often.
It sounds loud because it's echoey in here.
And you're stacking dishes from the top rope.
Yeah, hardcore. It sounds like being picked up at your dish.
Hold on, look. I'm short and I have to.
Oh, she's short, so she's throwing them. That's why it's making so much noise.
No. The one pot didn't want to fit in the little spot, so I had to be like, "Bitch, take it," you know. And then finally, it went in.
That's what I said.
Dishwashers are on the floor. No,
I'm taking out the dishes and putting them away.
That's what I said.
You will fit.
You got chips all in your fuzz.
Anything will fit with some KY.
Hey, hardcore. There's an amazing invention called a step stool.
Yes, sir. What?
I said there's an amazing invention called a step stool. You might.
Or you could just
I
wear.
need to go to my room and get it. And that's like a lot of that four-letter word that I don't like. You know, work.
You could wear just
walk
one
my ass
platform.
down the hall to the bedroom and get it and bringing it. No, I'm just jump.
Well,
You know what?
hey, think about it this way: the more times you walk back and forth from the bedroom down that hallway, the less ash you
Hey,
have
I
to
was
carry.
a cheerleader. I can just climb up these cabinets with ease.
Saying the more back and forth walking, the less ash you have to carry.
Yeah, this might be the only exercise I get all day.
Well, all the more reason to go and get that fucking step stool.
What?
I said all the more reason to go get that fucking step stool. You're being loud as hell.
Go get that shit your dad said. I got this. Ain't nothing broke.
You behaving today, Trevor?
He said, "Don't piss a bitch off. Next week she might not do dishes at all."
Tell her, get it done.
Lord.
Trevor, tell your mama, get it done.
That boy is stupid.
He said,
Lose her shit, okay? He's like,
Yeah,
no,
he knows better. He said, nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Remember, he might not talk shit. Doesn't mean he's not thinking it.
Hey, I'm telling you, just because he can't talk don't mean he ain't smart, okay? He's definitely not stupid.
I've noticed. I told him, go tell your mom, set your mom straight. Basically, that's what I told him. He said, fuck no. He gave, every man knew that reaction.
He says, y'all make it to see hardcore, but I get to see the mom, and she's not friendly at all times.
Hey, Trevor. Open Singer said to tell you hello.
Say hi. Say please help. No, just kidding.
Hey, man, puff pass, man.
I am.
Trevor agrees. He's saying puff pass, motherfucker. See, he agrees. He say puff pass that shit.
He said I already died 3 times and came back. I don't know about that 4th time, might not work.
Where did Robert
That might be the last time, dude. It is not, dude. It is not loud. It is not. See? You get all worked up for nothing. Who pops crap like that in front of you? I only do that when we get home from the grocery store and it's a garbage bag or a grocery bag and I pop it. Because I'm mean. Yeah. You're thirsty? Well, walk your ass in there and go get your cup. No, I ain't bringing your cup in here. You can go there and get it.
Lovely girl said hello.
He can go get his own crap, though. I mean, he does got 2 legs. Nobody gets special treatment around here. If I don't get special treatment, don't nobody get special treatment.
So what kind of special treatment do people get if you do
If I
get
would have
special?
babied him, then he wouldn't be able to go do half the stuff that he does himself. I give him every opportunity that everybody else gets. He drives the 4-wheeler. He mows the lawn. He drives the boat. He goes and runs lines with his pawpaw. I mean, you know.
Hello, Derek. We got
You
Dimeback
see his
Derek.
ass went and got his cup, didn't he? Mm-hmm. No special treatment. I know people probably think I'm just evil, but no, I want him to have as much independence as possible.
Well, that's fine. And that's understandable. But you can't let it go to the point that you're being a bitch sometimes, you know.
I'm never a bitch, am I?
I did not say that.
He said he ain't saying shit. He's glad he can't talk.
I'm gonna call bullshit on that. You saying
I'm not mean.
You just said you were.
Okay, just to point something out, and it's a saying that I go by quite often. But for me to help means you were already pushing. And the fact that you have taught him to be able to push on his own means that you can still help him in any way that he may need.
Which is why I was in the bathroom with him just 5 seconds ago.
But
You're hungry? What you want? Cereal?
Hardcore.
Cocoa? Cocoa? Okay. Now, he can't reach the bowls, so I do make exceptions. But the things that he can do, you know, he has to do. That's just what you got to do, you know.
Hardcore.
Uh-huh.
Jazz, back over here. I got something to ask you.
What? Hold on, where did I put the cereal? Ooh, I can't even reach the cereal. That's why Jackson's taller than all of us. He's the one that gets the stuff on the top shelf.
Get your lazy ass up and go get the stool. You can reach it all.
I don't wanna.
You got a perfect stool.
He has sound effects that he likes to make.
Hardcore. I got a question for you. All right. Earlier, around like 4 o'clock, I knew my woman was at home in bed and in pain because she has some dental work done. So I actually wrote a poem for her yesterday about me and her. And I put it in an envelope with a box, you know, a gift that I had in a box. I put the note in the envelope on top of the box with some lilies, you know, a bunch of lilies and a dozen roses. And I put it on the hood of her car. And I left. She just texted me this. I really think it's hot when you speak to me that way. There's a certain element of romanticism and chivalry in that kind of tone. I always appreciate a real gentleman, always have and will. And then she texted me right after that, you got me moist.
Just moist.
You said I got her moist.
You got to bump it up until you get her wet.
No, that's his whole thing.
Moist is only halfway there, man.
Well, her moist. I'm gonna leave that alone.
We're all out of alcohol over here, so probably for the best.
what are you putting in his Cocoa Puffs? Is it Bailey's?
No, hey, he's 22 years old. He can have whatever he wants in his Cocoa Puffs.
All right, this text message I just got from her got me. She just texted me, I have retired from nursing, so actually I have no more patience but you. I hope you're gonna. No, hold on. I have retired from nursing, so hold on. I have retired from nursing, so actually I have no more patience but you. You're gonna love my bedside manner.
You like girls? You like them with big butts? I mean, he's still a boy. My mom gets mad because I want to get him those little posters that you see. That's the Budweiser posters, and it's got the girl in the bikini laid over the top of the car. I think he needs a couple of those in his room. She's like, you can't get. I'm like, why not? He's a boy. Them race cars aren't going to do it forever, huh?
Get a good picture of Gillian Anderson.
No, he wants Pamela Anderson. Back in the Baywatch days.
But Gillian Anderson was so hot.
Yes, I am sexting. Okay, I'm sorry.
Ah, move it.
Well, she's over there, and she's supposed to be at work, but she's in such pain right now. Big fucking crybaby. All they did was fucking fit her for because she's getting her teeth, redone. And I told her, there's nothing wrong with your teeth. You have a perfectly beautiful smile. I mean, she ain't got no rotted teeth or nothing. But no, I want nicer teeth. I'm like, girl, there's nothing wrong with your teeth. Well, I guess
Who
she
we
got
talking
all this
about?
money now. She wants to do all kinds of shit to her body, and I'm like, I'm telling you, don't want to do it. You're gonna be in pain. I love it when I can say I told you so.
Who we talking about? Who we talking about?
Who? My woman?
What's his name?
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
You can use that whenever you want.
Hey, big country. You know, I like that beard, buddy. Will you marry me? I got him.
Hell no. No.
Big country. Big country. I proposed to about maybe 50 different people on these streets, just fucking around.
I need the money.
Hold on.
You're engaged to him too, didn't you know?
Moofy, I've got to ask,
Yep.
which is better, Big Country's beard or my mustache?
Wait, what?
Which is better, Big Country's beard or my mustache?
My rainforest or his Billy D. Williams?
Well, I like mine's better, actually. Mine's lined up pretty decent.
Trevor, don't
That
he
way
look
when
like
I'm-
Lance Calrissian?
But see, the thing is, I like mine's because when I'm going down and I'm having a nice dinner, I'm not pulling out fucking my beard, you know?
No, this child.
I'm having, see,
I want to
I can
cut
see
it
Big
off
Country doing this.
so bad.
All right, baby, I'm about to go down. He grabs one side of his beard, he grabs his other side of the beard, and says, instead of grabbing one leg, one thigh, and another thigh.
I gotta
This
get it all
all he does
together.
is catch food.
Get
But
that
he won't
wrong.
let me cut it. Can I cut this off? He says he keeps it for the ladies. He won't let me. I can't even trim it. My dad has to trim it because he's afraid I'll cut it off.
Well, leave it be.
But it needs to be trimmed occasionally.
Hey,
Really?
it's hardcore.
The ladies don't need it.
Hey, hardcore. What do you call a discount circumcision?
Hang on. What?
What do you call a discount circumcision?
Wow.
I don't want to know.
Michael
A
Dick.
ripoff.
Wow.
Ouch.
But don't.
That hurt.
So these two partners decided to play this game. They was gonna take turns stuffing something up each other's backside and see if they could tell what it was.
Wow.
So one of them said, "I'll go first."
Oh, God.
The other one
That
puts
was
the
not me.
blindfold on. He sneaks off in the other room, comes back with a spatula. He jabs it in there and he wiggles around for a second. He said, "Well, that's a spatula." He says, "Okay, it's my turn." So he puts the blindfold on. The other one runs off in the other room, comes back, and he's got a garden rake.
Wow.
Shoves that up in there, and he kind of, well, that's the rake. He says, "All right." Puts the blindfold on. He runs off in the other room. And he comes back with oh hell, that thing you keep in the bathroom you use when the toilet's
Toilet roll
clogged.
brush.
You played
Plunger?
that game too?
I heard this joke. That's why I stay quiet.
You
I
know,
want to see you fall for it.
Hardcore word of advice: don't say shit around me in the middle of a story, okay? If you ever correct me when I say something in chat or something like that, me mispronouncing a word, don't ever correct me because you're the one I was hunting for in the room, okay?
No, you wasn't. That
All
was
right.
mean.
All right,
Big
since you're
Country.
talking about putting
Country.
shit up someone's
No, it
ass.
was not to open the door to some weird fetish thing you got going on, man. I was just telling a joke.
No, Big
Man.
Country, you should have let her go a little bit farther and waited until she came up with plunge.
She did.
And see,
No, she
karma got your ass, didn't it? Knocked your ass out.
Always plunger. You should have
So we're
waited
gonna
just.
voice slap him through the internet.
Hey, I think we got somebody else in the background.
Okay, well, we got to get down for a minute because Jack's got a little friend coming over, so I'll be back.
Hey, Gilbert.
I need a beard. I'm gonna try to grow me a beard before I get back. Maybe I should have shaved it off yesterday. Damn.
That's gonna be scarier, Neil.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Hell, I got more than y'all got.
I'm not gonna tell you any butt jokes. Honest, I won't do it.
I'm probably
not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. All right, look. I was seeing this one girl back about 5-6 years ago, and she was into goth and gore and blood. And we were we just got done having sex, and we're on her bed, and she's like, "Hey, you want to see something really fucked up?" I'm like, "What's that?" She pulls out her laptop, and she did a search, 1 man, 1 jar. And I was like, "What the fuck? What kind of shit is this?" And she played the video, and this motherfucker had a big old pickle jar. He sat it on the floor, and basically it went right up in his ass. And that bitch broke in 1,000,000 pieces, and he's sitting there pulling all the fucking glass shards and all this blood out of his ass. Like, you stupid, sick motherfucker. Why would you do some dumbass shit? I mean, when you were talking about putting that shit in their ass, that reminded me of that video. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Some things are only exits. Motherfuckers don't understand this shit.
Yeah, Moofid, you need to quit watching those local Chicago videos. They're gonna.
Oh, it was on some gory ass. It was like I forgot which site it was. It's all about gorish ass things. I'm like, man, what the fuck? Let's just say I ended that relationship because that I couldn't sleep for a while after seeing that bullshit.
I had trouble sleeping around her after knowing that she was able to find it that quick. You know.
I ain't gonna lie, she was hot, but when she showed me that, I was like, this bitch is crazy. I'm out of here.
Yeah. There's a check engine light. Nobody's bothered to see what's going on with it there. You know.
Yeah, there's definitely a fine line between that hot and crazy.
Yep. They say the hot girls are always the crazy bitches. Or crazy women, I'm sorry. Big country's wife is gonna throw an ashtray through the phone at me.
No, I have my comment probably offended. He reminds me of
everybody, you got to remember that everybody has a redeeming factor. There's something beautiful about everybody in the world. Something lovely about everybody.
That is true.
It's just finding that. And recognizing.
Look what Hardcore just put. She said, God always puts the best ass on the craziest bitches. Yeah, Hardcore, you're crazy.
Hardcore must have, she must have a really nice ass. That bitch is crazy. No.
Yeah, she does have a nice ass. I'll stop.
Yeah, we both keep picking up Hardcore. Although she makes it so easy sometimes.
Oh my God. So what's up, fellas? What y'all want to talk about? It's too quiet up in here. Friday night, and I'm at home, bored out of my mind.
Speaking of, we were talking about fish earlier in Louisiana. The one guy down there, he was catching boatloads of fish. So nobody else was coming in with those kind of catches. So the game warden went down there to check him out. He said, "You mind if I go fishing with you?" He said, "No, hop in the boat. We'll go out and catch some fish." So they got out where he wanted to go, and he reaches under the gunnel and he pulls out a stick of dynamite and lights it. And the game warden says, "You can't fish like that. That's illegal." He turned to him and handed him the dynamite. He said, "Did you want to talk or fish?"
Well, like
So
they said,
how's
you
everything in Chicago?
obviously my smart ass is at home on a Friday night. I'm not trying to get shot.
Amen, brother.
Hope you got a couple of walls between you and the street.
No, actually, I don't live in. I moved out of Chicago back in 1990. I'm 16 miles northwest of Chicago. I'm actually in a very good area.
Where you at? Up there north of Lombard?
Yeah, I'm way north of Lombard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, there's a
I'm
lot
way.
of plants, like, let's say mullein. If you get mullein seeds and you grind up mullein seeds and you throw them into a fishing hole, it'll come off the surface. Not big country petting a squirrel.
They got to feed it here in a minute.
What you gonna name it, big country?
I don't know.
Well, you
I
can
joked
name
about Nat, not a toy, because the dogs keep wanting it.
that actually, I really approve of that name and the reasoning behind it. That sounds like a great name for that squirrel, Nat.
Well, it's too quiet with four guys. We need a woman on the panel to spice it up, get us all wild up.
She walked in there.
Big country's got a gnat on his shoulder.
My daughter just got a brand new little dog. This little dog, female, named Phoebe, and it's just slightly bigger than a rat. I mean, I don't even know what kind of. It's some kind of doodle or something, but it's cute little playful dog. But I mean, that dog ain't never gonna catch a squirrel even. You know what I mean?
Well,
my friend actually breeds Yorkie poos.
Yeah, a doodle would have to have Labrador in it, and they're big dogs. So I wouldn't see a really tiny one being a doodle.
They're crossbreeding all kinds of dogs these days. That's crazy.
Man, have you been to America? It's a melting pot. And it's all mixed up.
Amen.
In my opinion, is a black lab Rottweiler cross. Not gonna find a better dog than that. Hello, Hoosier Stacker. Welcome. And yes,
Hoosier, how are you?
Big Country is not petting his own beard. He actually has a squirrel named Nat on his shoulder.
Is that short for Natalie?
Not a toy.
It's not a toy. It's an acronym.
Because if you look right there, come here, boy. Come here, come on.
How'd you get them? I'm just wondering.
Well, one of the dogs was outside having a fit, and my wife went out to see what was going on, and right on the other side of the fence, here this little thing sitting just a screaming, and with it being this late in the year, it ought to be a lot bigger. I mean, it's about the size of a 6-week-old, and by this time of the year, it ought to be, at least 6 months.
Yeah, no, that's very strange to see in that small. Definitely probably an out-of-season birth, which is rare.
I was thinking of runt.
Well, even a runt, even if it's small, he should be more developed physically than that.
And mentally, it still seems like it acts like it's that young, just as it looks. So I'm thinking it might be, an out of season birth, which does happen. It's just rare. But yeah, that's going to be a permanent pet. Speaking of permanent pets, I guess I got to feed this damn cat since I went and bought it more food.
Oh man. Hey, Hoosier.
Did Big Country? I think Big Country froze. Oh, no, he didn't freeze.
No, I was just holding real still, feeding the mouse. Or squirrel.
I love this picture she just sent me. Hey, isn't she beautiful? Isn't my woman so beautiful?
No, I can't see very well on my phone right now.
Huh?
I stepped outside.
Oh, all right. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
So apparently my cat really likes Frisky's brand cat foods.
I swear it's like holding a little octopus.
Yeah, something's weird and crackly. Somebody's got a bad connection on a microphone or something.
No, it's moving, typing.
Damn, that loud?
Yeah.
Oh, who's your stacker said quit taking pictures of okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you a picture right now. You think I'm just taking pictures? I'm gonna show you a picture with my woman. Hold on, let me scroll down.
Hey, make sure it's a good picture. I'm watching.
Yeah, that's a good picture.
It's fine.
Hey, it's just the boys here. You can always show us a picture you wouldn't normally show anybody else.
All right, here you go, motherfucker. Oh, wait, let me hide her picture. All right, so I don't need a fake the font. All right, do you see that? I'm with her. That was on my birthday.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can actually dress right.
but Moofid, I mean, we got to see a picture without filters. No.
That ain't no filters, bro. All right, hold on. I'll show you another picture. Hold on.
I told you it was up. I get to play with it.
Yeah, now what was that Big Country's old lady just said about playing with something?
All right.
No, the dog is.
Now, is that cool or what? Now here. Same girl. Hold on. Let me go to my gallery. Hold on a second. I should have shown you this, but that's her right there. She would have killed me if I would have showed you that.
But no, I mean,
I'm one of those that I think a lot of those up close photos that I'm seeing, it's like, you know, a lot of women try too hard. It's like you're beautiful as you are. You don't have to, try to do these poses where you're pursing your lips, and doing the head tilt and stuff. It's like you're beautiful as you are. Like you don't need to do all these other things. Just be yourself.
Yup.
Anybody remember Venus de Milo?
Yeah. Beautiful sculpture. I wish I could see it in person someday.
No, I'm talking about Jim Carrey's character from In Living Color when he was supposed to be that female bodybuilder.
Oh wow.
No, I was thinking about the sculpture.
And
Sorry, I don't try to think about a sexualized Jim Carrey. That seems weird.
All right, Hoosier. I'm gonna have her come on the stream. She was actually on Tupac's stream when a couple weeks ago with me. So you can replay some of Tupac's streams. You'll see. But no, she's very, very high maintenance. She doesn't. She always makes sure she's dressed proper for everything.
Yeah, and that's like the song says. High maintenance woman don't want no maintenance, man.
You wrong about that, cause I really ride those pipes out just right.
No, I agree, JJ. That the song says it, but it doesn't necessarily make it true.
True. I mean, fuck. A lot of times I gotta change this. This is the second time I changed a mattress in like 3 months. I mean, literally got new mattresses.
Hoosier, is that plan still moving along nicely?
I know you are, Hoosier. What plant?
No, Hoosier. JJ was offered an Asian bride, and the asshole. Well, he can't get it, but he won't send on the information to me.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, please.
All right, this is my ex before her. Not bad, huh? I ain't gonna lie, that bitch knew how to suck a dick. Oh, I'm sorry, there's women on here.
It doesn't matter.
Not bad, I apologize, ladies.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, it's like it really sucks though. I had a good friend in town. Well, I was wanting her to be a girlfriend, but she just wanted friends with benefits and nothing more than that. I wanted more than that, and so we had to end it. And it really sucks.
A lot of women want that. A lot of women want that. I'm like, no, I'm straight.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm good. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do what I normally do if there's other guys playing around on the playground. It's like, no.
That's like why I don't go to strip clubs. There's just something about it that's nasty to me. I mean, why would I want a woman that's been dancing and showing her body and people touching her and I'm not trying to catch shit. I'm clean, drug disease. Well, I am drug disease free because I don't fuck with nothing but weed. So I am drug and disease free, and I want to stay that way.
Right, I'm the same way. I smoke weed. If I found some mushrooms and decided to eat them, I could eat them. But I've tried that, and they didn't do anything for me. And I actually tried Applewood. It didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when I was a teenager, I was experimenting. I'm not no angel, but you get to learn what you like and what you don't like.
I love smoking pot, and now drink alcohol as well. I used to be way against it, but after my dog died, I became an alcoholic.
Damn.
Before then, I pretty much, didn't drink at all. maybe would have a beer a day or a glass of wine or something with a meal. But other than that, I didn't drink. Well, my dog's death was pretty tough because I saved him as a puppy. He was, a miniature poodle with very short haircut at the time, and it was like negative 10 degrees in Alabama.
Oh wow, it was 50 below over here last winter.
Yeah, and he was outside. I was living with my sister at the time, taking care of her kids, and she was dating this guy, and it was going to be kind of more of an adult night out. But they're still, 10, 12 years older than me or so. But as we go to his friend's house, I, start loving on this puppy. And when the door opens, I see there's dog toys inside. So I'm like, okay, I could take him in with me. I took him in, and I just kept petting on him while everybody else was talking.
I'm sorry.
The person that owned the dog made one of those comments like, "Oh, well, that dog really loves you. Seems to really like you." And I said, "Oh yeah, I'd love a little dog like this." And they were like, "Well, take him home with you." And I was like, "Oh, fuck." Then I had to call my dad and be like, "Dad, I've got a poodle."
Somebody stuck me with a dog.
Somebody stuck me with a dog too. I ended up divorcing the bitch.
No, he turned out to be an amazing dog. Poodles are super fucking smart. But he was a great dog, and when I was in college and I took him with me to college, and I wound up having my seizures. I was in a coma in ICU. But I was having 15-minute plus grand mal seizures in the ICU. They couldn't stop them, and they called my parents and were like, "Hey, if you want to see your son alive, you better get out here now because he's never walking out of this hospital."
Wow.
And yeah, about, I don't know if it was 4 or 5 days into the seizures in ICU when I was in a coma, but my roommate at the time, my college roommate, was able to sweet talk a nurse and convince her to let him bring my dog into intensive care unit. And he came in with my dog hidden under his trench coat. And she turned around and started fiddling with different shit, acting like she was doing something. And he turned that dog loose on my bed, and I started coming out of it. I remember it. That literally was a switch that was flipped, and I started coming out of it. 3 days later, I walked out of that fucking hospital. Had it not been for that dog, I probably never would have walked out of that hospital. But it triggered something. It snapped something that I was like, okay, yeah, no, I've got something here. This is my dog. I've got to, feed him or give him water or whatever the fuck my brain thought of. But it triggered something to make me start coming out of it.
Nobody humps your leg like an old friend, huh?
And I almost, when I was first getting into the coin community about 4 years ago, here on YouTube, and I was looking through pennies and such, and that's when he died. And I almost completely give up on it because I was like, I had in my mind, was I too focused on searching through these pennies, searching through these fucking coins, and I didn't see, the symptoms I didn't see something that I could have possibly saw and prevented. Was I not paying enough attention to my dog? And as far as the coins go, it almost killed it all.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I won't get another pet, because I get too attached.
I've had quite a few dogs. I mean, I
What
always
about
had
Dave?
animals, but I mean, it's just part of life. You just have to accept it, you know. It's part of life. It's like human beings, you know. You know, shit happens. It's just there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, it ties you down. You know, it's not like you can have a dog and be like, okay, well, I'm going to take off and go to Madrid, Spain for 2 weeks. Well, you've got to worry about that dog.
Yep.
I don't want another pet.
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the text message she just sent me. I'm sorry. I don't want to share this. I'm sorry, Robert.
I can't really blame my pets on me not being able to go to Madrid, Spain. My criminal background kind of prevents me from going to Spain. So.
That sucks. Because I was looking not long ago, just doing like a Google search for cheap tickets from like Denver to different places in the world. And you could bring up this map and it showed all these different locations and the different prices of the tickets. And it was like, fuck, I could fly to Madrid round trip for like $450. I was like, that would be awesome. You know, I could fly into Cairo for like $750 round trip. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna wander around the airport, get back on the plane, and leave.
Well, see, I'm an archaeologist, or at least at heart, and I went to college for it as well. But I would love to visit some of those nations and just see the ancient structures. It would be awesome.
Museum can't be that far from the airport.
No, but I'm also I want to see the actual buildings. I'm a carpenter. I build stuff for a living, but I'm also an archaeologist. I can understand how it all works together, and I would love to see it in person. You know,
I've put up buildings, 300-400 foot tall.
Yeah, I've never worked on stuff that tall. That's a different type of construction.
I think the most fun I ever had with it is I got to run a crane down in Marshall, Texas. That this damn thing was rated to pick up 300 ton.
Wow.
And it was like flying the space shuttle. I mean, it was bad.
Yeah, I've never been in a crane. I've been in a lot of, other equipment, but never a crane.
Yeah, I got lots of equipment on my resume.
One of my favorite was an articulated loader.
Oh, yeah.
They're fun to run, and they're so smooth. And how I learned, honestly, was we had a piece of property in Missouri. Well, two pieces of property that were basically separated by a road. And the road literally ran right in between our house, our front yard, and the barn. And we talked to, county officials and whatever, and they said that we could build a new road around the barn and that the county could start maintaining it or whatnot, but it would take us 10 years or so to be able to fence off the road. my dad spent about 10 grand building a road around the barn. And, you know, he doesn't think he's intelligent because he only had an 8th grade education. But that section of road that was built under his design is holding up better than the rest of the fucking road. But it was about a year after we had created the road, about the first time that the county came through to maintain the roads, and they cut off the access between the house and the barn and just used the road that we had built. And that's the current road now. But the thing is the guy that was doing most of the work, it was mostly done with a backhoe. And I stood right behind him. I stood right over and was watching right over his shoulder that whole summer, watching everything that he did and how he did it. And he was a good enough backhoe operator. He's one of those that can, you know, reach out and just scratch you on the shoulder with that bucket. He was good. But I stood over long. I learned how to run a piece of equipment like he did. And the first time I got in one for a job, I could run it almost as smooth as he did.
Yeah, the list of equipment that I can run is usually a paragraph. I mean, when it comes to construction, there's very little that I can't.
Wait, what do you say?
Well, we're just saying that pretty much, and it sounds like we're very similar big countries. That
No, he finna crack some joke about wanting somebody to work his equipment or something. I bet. Watch.
No. You said you work a graph?
A paragraph.
No, I said if you were to list the equipment that I can run, it would be a good paragraph.
Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I never heard of a tractor referred to as a paragraph. I'm trying to figure out what that shit was.
Yeah, he was just saying that it's a long list of things that he has operated.
He's only aware of that because we've had to put it together before for his resume.
Yeah, and see, that's one of the things I wish I could. That'd take a while to sit down and write them all out. I probably should do that someday. Write down everything that I've operated.
It did take a while.
I mean, I've done a lot of shit. I've worked at tire stores, you know, or a place that was actually a muffler place, but they also did tires. You know, and concrete places and warehouses, and various manufacturing places, plenty of food places. But the majority of it that I've done has been construction work. I just did that other shit on the side. Like, okay, there's, you know, not a job going on, so I'm going to go work at a Pizza Hut for a while.
My list of employers is pretty long because I average 2 to 3 at a time.
And see, I never really had multiple jobs at one time. I pretty much just did one thing, and I just jumped from one thing to a different thing. You know, it's like, okay, well, I'm tired of working at this fast food place or something, so I'm going to go work at a factory for a while.
Hell, dude, for about 4 months, I was part owner in a Minecraft server and got paid just to sit on my ass and play Minecraft.
Damn. I never was into video games. I never had one. You know, when I got to play Nintendo, it was when we went over to friends of my parents' house, and they were sitting there playing cards or something, and then us kids got to play with the Nintendo. But personally, growing up, we never had a video game console or anything like that.
We spent enough renting PlayStations.
I had a 1022 rifle way before I had a video game console.
Wow, I quit playing video games when my kid was born, when my daughter was born. I was like, enough of this bullshit. I gotta buy some diapers and some formula. I ain't got time for this bullshit. I gotta go make some money.
I always tend to find my stuff fairly cheap. So, I mean, like I've got one of the PS1 portables that's got the built-in screen that I think altogether I've got like $12 tied up in, and it all works. You know, I give $1 for one of them that actually worked, and then the other one had the screen on it but didn't work, and I give like $10 for it. Had the cords with the second one, so got it all hooked up. It works just fine. You know, I've got a PS4 that I think I give like $60 for. It's got a disk drive that doesn't work, but you can download to it and use it. I mean, if I find them, I'm not running out to buy a PS5 or any of that shit. It's $700 or $800, but you know, I will buy something.
I'm trying to find the Wii Sports Resort.
Like the one that came with the Wii when it.
Yes. I'm trying to find that disc. I really enjoyed playing the golf and the pulling on that. And I've got a console. I think I've got one controller. I think I've got a complete setup where I could play by myself. But yeah, those were fun games. I'd really love to have an original Xbox with Halo. That I really enjoyed playing.
Do you not have your screen up where you can see it?
Oh, Big Country. Wait, is that that might be a different one. Wait a minute.
Now,
does that have like the flying and the golf and the bowling and all that? And the darts? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Hey, Big Country.
don't want to.
Oh, come on, man.
You want to know the bad part? That's the only Wii game I got.
Damn it. That's the only one that matters. That's like the game.
I got that one for, I think I got the Wii, the game, all the cords and everything else for like $20.
Oh, you butthead. I tell you, send me that game and I'll give you my Philharmonica ounce.
How about I keep a lookout, see if I can find you one, because we got a couple of the comic book places here in town that have got tons of games.
Should he put it back up?
Yeah, if you could find me one of those, I would very much appreciate it. I really want that game.
There's tons of them at the pawn shops and everything around here.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye out for another copy of that, please.
No, you can't have the squirrel knock it off. Yeah, I actually need to take one of them in the other room. I think I only got one Wii.
Yeah. I don't know. I might need a power cable still. I got the Wii or whatnot at like Goodwill, and I bought different things. I've got the bar, I've got a controller. I'm not sure. I think I have a power cable.
You check GameStop for a lot of that stuff. If you got one of those
still got
nearby.
GameStops? They still got GameStops where you're at?
There's an EB Games, whatever it is now.
We've got. I know we had one.
Or keep an eye at Marketplace.
Yeah.
Hey, Moofy.
What's up, man?
I have got a device called a Raspberry Pi. And you probably remember the Nintendo,
Yeah.
the retro games that come out here a while back.
Yep.
Well, this just kind of looks like one. That's not the regular controller plugs that they send you. That's USB ports. This is actually a single board computer, and this thing has everything from an Atari 2600 to a PlayStation 1 saved on it. I've got around probably 8,000 to 10,000 games on this thing.
Hey,
oh, wow, that's awesome.
Does it have the original Crash Bandicoot?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so much fun.
If you actually check around the pawn shops, Robert, and find one of the PlayStation retros that they did, you can usually find them at GameStop for like $20 or something like that. Get on here and hunt up a guy that's his channel is ETA Prime, and he can show you how to get on the computer there and download a few files, put them on a thumb drive, plug them into that thing, and it will load up hundreds of games on it instead of just the 40 it comes with.
Oh, nice.
And they will emulate all of them to it does all of them just the same as the PlayStation 1 would have originally. Except it's got an HDMI output on it.
The original Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
That was fun. That's like, I enjoyed the original Grand Theft Auto.
Remember Driver? It was kind of like Grand Theft Auto, made by Rockstar.
Right?
It had a mode on it. You had a survival mode, and you had to see how long you could run from the cops. And dude, I'm talking, if you could last 10 seconds, you was doing good. Like, we got loose a few times and had record-breaking moments of like almost a minute and shit like that. But it was pretty cool just taking turns, see how long you go. And we'd just sit there and everybody in the family would sit in front of the TV and pass that shit around.
That sounds like fun.
I've got it on there too. It's got a mode.
To be honest with you, I really don't have time to sit. I really don't have time to sit around and just play the games. I just usually when I sit down, my phone rings and I gotta get in the truck and go do whatever the fuck I gotta do. Fuck it.
Real
life.
Right,
dude.
Moofy just tries to kill the real life. It's like, no, Moofy's like, fuck a game. I'm just doing it.
Yep. I mean, if it's poker or something like that, yeah, no problem. But to sit and just play like Twisted Metal was cool. Fucking Doom was cool. All these other games were cool. I just don't have that time or patience for that shit. I lose focus, and then I just get tired of it.
Dude, I was in Tips and Tricks magazine for coming in like 3rd place in the nation for Tomb Raider 2 when it came out.
But
I can bust in my video games, especially those like that with a storyline, because it's like playing through a book.
Well, hey, Big Country, I have the original Final Fantasy for NES sitting on a shelf over here.
Cool. I think no, I don't have an original NES, but I believe I've got it on. Yeah, I should have it on that Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, here, let me grab it real quick and show you.
I never did get into that game.
Sean did.
You know what's really cool is it transcended it and went into movies even. But that's the original Final Fantasy on an NES cartridge.
Sean played Final Fantasy.
You know, that's one of the things that I really like about it is that I've got the original first edition of it, and I mean that's went to movies. We've got what Final Fantasy 9 or 10 or 15 or whatever the fuck it is at now.
Yeah. They're competing with the Jason movies.
Right? Yeah, that the Halloween series has gone fucking bonkers. You know, it's like if you guys are that short on content, then go back to the 70s books and get new content. Because here in America in the 70s, we had an amazing variety of authors that put out some amazing fiction. You know, we had women, we had foreign influences.
We still got women.
Some amazing authors. Why not start making movies out of those books?
I want to make some movies.
Well,
yeah, but you're gonna need a stunt cock.
Yeah, not those kind of movies. Mufid.
You can be the pretty face on the camera and everything, but when it comes time for him to be showing the business, it's gonna be somebody else in there taking your spot.
Right? No,
wow.
You're gonna have to have a stunt.
Do you guys know Anne McCaffrey?
That sounds familiar.
Never met her.
Anne McCaffrey, the Dragon Riders of Pern. Those novels are fucking amazing. Jean M. All, who they did try to put out a movie back in the 70s, The Clan of the Cave Bear, which was the first novel, and it failed drastically. But the other 5 novels in that series would make absolutely incredible films.
Dude, I remember Clan of the Cave Bear.
Well, there's like 6 or 7 books in that series. That's the first one. But that was where she was a little girl with being raised by Neanderthals. And basically, in this storyline, Neanderthals don't talk. It's mostly body language or gestures. You know, so it was almost a silent film in the 70s, and it failed because of that. And they never decided to look at the rest of the novels and actually progress the series.
Hey, Rob, I gotta get off of here. I'm sorry, man. I gotta call somebody real quick.
All right.
I'll get back in a little while. See you later. Have a good night.
Later, Bob.
Have brother.
Yeah, what time is it? Because I got to be at work at 6 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 9:26 Mountain Time.
Yeah, where you're at, it's 11:30 here.
East Coast.
It's early 30 or late 30.
But all right. Well, I guess I can let you go. We can close it down. Like I said, I was just kind of experimenting when I started as early as I did, just to kind of see how many people would show up. really had nothing else in mind beyond that.
I just noticed that Hardcore sent me a private chat asking if what's wrong, something with your audio.
Yeah, there's weird crackling going on.
And mine
This was from before.
still going?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm glad I got to hang out with you.
Yeah, it's been good, big country. I mean, you know, like I said, just always keep those notifications on because you never know when the fuck I'm gonna come on.
Oh, I had been running, doing a bunch of shit, and just happened to sit down and notice that you was up there. Well, my phone would go off constantly if I had all the notifications turned on with everything. I don't have any turned on hardly. Mine would go ape shit.
Oh yeah, as many people that are here in the coin community now.
Yeah.
If you had everybody's notifications turned on, it'd be a nightmare.
They're like, ring that bell. No, because it rings my fucking bell, and I don't want to. But I ain't then. Behaving. Don't hold your chest like you're about to have a fucking heart attack.
No, I'm having I'm trying to stop the hiccups. I had a couple of hiccups trying to start, and I was like, no!
My boss will get the fucking hiccups, and I just walk up to her and go, can I have one? And it pisses her off because she can't. I'll just sit there and watch her, and finally she'll look at me and go, well, are you going to come over and ask me for one or what? Because it makes her stop just instantly.
It works.
Having twitches or seizures or whatnot on your diaphragm sucks.
Remember, I got a daughter that has the seizures like you did, so.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough that they were more or less temporary. I mean, it really damaged my brain a lot, but I was able to recover from it. I think the majority of it, honestly, was, a combination of stress, anxiety, and depression. But all three of them together, it was like I could see my most favorite thing in the world to eat, and it would be unappetizing, But I'd sit there, I was hungry, but I'd go from the cupboard to the fridge to, the pantry to, whatnot, keep bouncing around and never see anything that was appetizing. I more or less starved myself to death, not meaning to. It's just a combination of everything just made me not able to eat. And, some of the issues with my memory and my brain now are quite probably associated with the lack of nutrition, which triggered the seizures, and it just left permanent imprints in certain ways that will probably always be there. So, and even nowadays, a lot of times I have to force myself to try to consume something other than alcohol.
Beef. Start a small fire, kill a cow, and lay it on.
No, it sounds delicious, but usually by the time it gets done, I'm not wanting to eat it.
why you just gotta order that shit.
No, gotta eat it anyway, because you know your body needs it.
Well, right, but I've tried that too, and I've tried doing that, like saying, okay, well, I'm just gonna Uber eat some Domino's or something, and I eat a little bit of it, and the rest of it just sits there and goes bad in the fridge.
It's all right. You ate a little of it.
Yeah. I mean, you did get some of the nutrients. Fuck, you was trying.
Well, like, I'm getting my vitamin C with my tequila and orange juice right now.
Hey, you gotta make sure it's sterile.
Yeah. And the barley and hops in my Budweiser, there's a lot of calories that I'm intaking during the day.
The models, as my cousin calls them.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, the day that Casey, the day after, no, it was the same day. He come down to the house after he cut his finger off, and when he walked through the door, Rebel was so excited she jumped up, and I mean she does this, but she used to do it all the time. Finally got her broke from it, but she jumped up, and Casey's just short enough that she pawed him right here, and her claw hooked him in the lip and ripped his lip open, and he was like, "I'm not fucking hanging out with you anymore. I done got wounded twice today." Cut my fucking finger off, and now your dog's busted my damn lip. I'm going home.
He's like, fuck you, man. This shit ain't cool. He's like, I can put up with you fucking making me lose my finger. But now you fucking give me a split up lip. Fuck you.
Yeah, you done ruined my money maker.
That's funny. Well, they got.
I'm gonna get off.
Hold on, I think I got somebody in the background.
Yo,
there we go.
Robert, what are you doing?
Look.
How's it, buddy?
It's another beard.
Yes,
but yeah,
sir, nowhere near yours.
Yeah, Big Country's got one hell of a beard.
Lay down.
But if you need to get off, it's fine. We all need to get off every now and then.
It's good for your health.
Went to a party. Lost
Big Country.
Went to a party years ago. Somebody said, "Man, I wish we had a joint." I dug around for a second and went.
Right?
He said, "Can you do that again?" I said, 2 more times, then I got to go reload.
Check. Oh,
There's some.
That's great.
What you got there, Rob?
Ordered an 1861 Civil War token.
Cool.
I'm on Miss Ida's channel. I ordered one for someone that I got the Secret Santa for. I don't know how well that focuses.
Yeah, about as well as my phone.
Might be the fingerprint.
But hang on. I could probably do. Let's turn this thing around. I don't know. Fuck it.
I would love to have a real Civil War token. That would be awesome.
Supposedly these are real, and the coin shop I go to, they said they're really not that uncommon, but you do pay a little bit for them.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good premium on them, and they are surprisingly, there seems to be a lot out there, but that's kind of one of the things that makes me skeptical, because it's like, And like all the Civil War paper money. There seems to be so many Civil War bills out there, and it's like, okay, these can't be real. They
then
look
they put in little letters REP, like reproduction.
sometimes.
But I'm trying to get a Black Eagle right now on eBay. I doubt if I'll win it.
Is that one of those the dollar bills?
Yeah.
Yeah, those look cool as shit. That would be awesome to have one of those.
Yeah, I want one of those, and I want a North Africa silver certificate. I got my Hawaii one about a week or so ago. It's not in the best shape, but it's okay. It's a good starter.
Not sure that I know what the North African silver certificate looks like.
It's got a gold seal instead of a blue one. And the story is it's from World War II. In case Hitler and the Nazis got into North Africa, if they would have captured any of that money, they would have just cut it off and said, you know what, we're not honoring it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was reading something about that about a month ago.
But yeah, they got like a gold seal or a brown seal.
Okay.
All right, I'm out.
Hey, big
Yawn
country,
that
nice
hit me in right there. What's that?
You gotta pick it for
Go ahead, big country.
What do you say?
I said talk.
I said, all right, I'm out.
It's your turn.
Nice meeting you, sir.
Same here, bub. I'm finna head over here and go to bed after I feed the rat one more time. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Rob, you didn't know Big Country?
No, I don't think I've run into him yet.
I've been around for a minute.
Big Country has been in the community for quite a while.
He been fishing for a few weeks though.
Well, I mean, we all go offline for a while. Yeah, Big Country's been around for quite a while.
I got a camera to set up on the boat though, so.
Well, you might have to change your channel. You might have to do a fishing channel.
Well, I figured that'd just fall under the stories part, so.
Well, that'll work, that as well,
Hardcore looks like she's ready to come back up.
Oh, somebody in the background. Okay. Thank you. No, wait, I don't see anybody in the background.
Well, she was just talking about it was a sausage fest. I didn't know if she might want to fix that or what, so. Gilbert.
Hey.
Looks like beard night to me. Beard night to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Hello, Navy Rob.
Hey, Gilbert, how are you doing?
I can't complain. Nobody listen.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, hey, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom and make another drink.
Later, guys.
Have a good one, Big Country.
Good night, Big Country.
Good night, Big Country.
So, Navy Rob, when were you in the Navy?
I was in from from 85 to 2005.
That's about the same time I was in the Army. I spent almost a year and a half on Navy bases, though, so that I know the difference between Army chow and Navy food.
At least it ain't an MRE, right?
No, that's right.
Yeah, my dad was in the Army back in the 50s. He actually was part of a movie cruise, the Army Photography Corps. And he filmed an A-bomb test in Nevada back in the early 50s.
Been too many of those.
Oh my. I'm tired.
How long were you in?
20 years.
Well, I was dumb. I got out at 9 years.
Yeah, I figured, when I made it past that 8-year mark, might as well keep going to the 20.
Yeah. Well, I had a lot of people mad at me when I left because I couldn't keep my mouth shut.
I was the same way. I never made it past E6 because I couldn't close this hole underneath my nose.
Yeah. Well, I made it to E5, but it was hard to make rank in EOD back then.
I bet.
We had 20-year guys in EOD Air Force that were E4s.
Yeah, that sounds like the Navy corpsmen. Navy corpsmen were such a tight rate, you'd see them like E5 at 20 years.
Well, that's
and they were the best.
That's ordnance disposal, isn't it?
Yeah, I was in EOD for 8 years.
So you get to blow shit up for a living.
Loved it.
Man, that's not even fair. I've wanted to do that. Yeah, that would be a blast, literally.
Well, but along the way you get chemical damage, and I got blown up a few times, so it's not always fun.
No.
we had a lot of fun, but it's not always fun.
Yeah, my dad got blown up a couple times in mines when he was hard rock miner.
We had a mine. I can't even tell you where it's at, but we went in and it was full of setups, old setups. So we hooked them up and blew it, and it just uncovered more. Somebody had set this place up just loaded with old dynamite. That was in Colorado. And so we just buried it. We had the bulldozers come in and just bury it.
Where at was that here in Colorado? Because I've heard of some stuff like.
I can't tell you where it was at.
Robert's gonna go out with the shovel.
Hold on. No, let me ask you this: how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
70.
Did you work with somebody named John Worley?
It doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, because my dad's up in his 70s, and his name's John, but it seems like you could have possibly been working in similar areas to him here in Colorado with the mining industry.
Oh yeah. No, we cleaned out a lot of old dynamite and stuff. We had one old cabin. It's still there probably, but we took probably 45 pounds of dynamite out of there. Damn. And we were superstitious, like old miners. We wouldn't steal from that property.
Right.
So there was like a 1928 Pepsi calendar on the wall and old cans and all kinds of stuff.
Calendar, that would be cool to see.
Yeah, and like I say, it was so tempting. It was just almost, you couldn't help it, but we wouldn't take anything. And that's the way those old miners were. They would not.
Yeah, no, that stuff stays where it is, preserved.
Yeah, they would never cheat on a friend or steal from a mine or anything like that. That was taboo.
But those miners wouldn't have a problem with going in and continuing the mining operation.
Oh, no, yeah.
You just don't fuck with their shit.
No, a friend of my little brother's, they bought a property up in Keystone, a nice house and stuff. And it had a mine on it. Well, that mine had been discontinued. So they poked around in there. And they found about a $12 million strike. They found a nice streak of gold in that old mine.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's always possible.
Oh yeah.
It's like if you know some silver mines that aren't currently claimed, I wouldn't mind knowing where they are. I'm here in Colorado. I could make a trip and go try to find some silver. That'd be fun.
The big strikes right now are in Canada and Australia and Nevada. And it's basically because the price and the price expectation to come is going up.
Oh,
that they're digging into old places, and up in Canada they're going into where they knew there was silver before. They're going into properties next to those properties, and they're really finding huge finds.
No, I wish that our silver community, I wish we could figure out a way of buying a couple of mines that had good silver in it. And just like whenever we want to go to that place, well, we've got the rights to look for silver and extract what we can while we're there. And I think that would be something amazing for our community.
Well, silver extraction is much more complicated than gold.
Yes, it is.
Takes a lot more equipment and money to get silver.
You got to crush it, but you can still find. I mean, silver does grow in veins.
Oh yeah.
Where, you can slice a rock and you can see the veins of silver in that rock once you slice it and polish it.
Oh yeah.
So, and a lot of people like those as mineral specimens. So you don't have to fully process it down to its pure form. You can still sell mineral specimens as well.
Oh yeah, like where you're at, like Mount Antero.
Yep. There's 6 mountains in that same time frame, range, and elevation. There's about 6 of them. Mount Antero's one of the northernmost ones, but there's others.
Oh,
and yeah, I'm wanting to get on a couple of those others and see if I can't find some good barrel.
So where are you at, Navy, Rob?
I am in Florida.
Oh wow.
Oh, nice. Are you
to settle down here?
Are you in an area where you can find the megalodon teeth?
A what?
The megalodon teeth.
What is that?
It's the prehistoric predecessor to the great white shark.
Oh yeah, I'm in Jacksonville area. I've heard they found them up in Savannah.
Yeah, they can find them up to like 6 inches long from the base to the tip, like massive teeth.
Yeah, I heard they find a lot of them up in Savannah, which ain't too far, a couple hours, but I'm sure they'd be around here somewhere too, if you want.
Yep. They should be. You might try to go to a river sometime and look for some. If you find a megalodon shark tooth the size of your hand, it's worth like $500-600.
Wow.
If it's complete, you need to find out if you've got them in your area. You might want to start looking for them. They're basically worth their weight in silver or more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. People take floating screens and they go out there and dig in the rivers, and
that's a great way of doing it.
especially in Tennessee and Alabama and some old battle sites from the Civil War, and then they get all kinds of stuff, arrowheads and.
Oh yeah, screening. When I was in the South, we usually used that for arrowheads. We didn't. I was never really in an area for Civil War artifacts, but I did a lot of screening for arrowheads. A lot.
I know my uncle out in Missouri, or actually, I guess it would be it would have been my dad's cousin, I guess. But he had like hundreds of acres, and he said he'd get out there and land that ain't been stepped foot on for 20 years and be plowing it and plowed over where there's arrowheads and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that stuff sits there forever. We went diving over in Germany, and whenever an army flees and they're defeated, the closest water, they throw everything in the water.
Yeah.
So including coins in that too.
Oh, everything. Yeah, anything with Hitler's picture on it, they threw in these rivers and stuff. And we were lucky. We found all kinds of ammunition and all kinds of stuff. And then the little town where we were at in Germany, some kids had stolen their little ceremonial wagon and thrown it in the river. And we found that for them. And they were like, yeah, they were like, we found everything. And they were like, you guys come back here forever. Everything's free.
Awesome. Yeah,
yeah,
I know,
crazy.
When the Japanese took the Philippines, and MacArthur dumped all the money, the American coinage, into the bay there, and they say they can still find it today if you go diving.
Yeah. Yeah, and then what was left, the Filipinos were so poor after the war, they would take like 5-inch 50 Navy rounds and stuff, go out and fuse them up and drop them in, and that's how they did their fishing.
Dang. That would be pretty
I've heard of people fishing with dynamite.
Oh, yeah. I've done it. We had some old World War II TNT quarter-pound blocks, and we would drop them in the river up there at Fort Knox. Few fish would pop up.
Well,
It'll be fun to watch. Fun to play with. But you guys, I think I'm going to call it for the night. I got to try to.
It's the same here. It's about midnight for me.
Yeah, it's only about 10 o'clock here, but I've got to try to time on Streamlabs because I've only got like 20 hours a month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, since I don't pay for it, I can only have maximum of 6 people up, and I can only do 20 hours. So.
Okay. But before I go, though, on the Silverman's family channel or whatever the fuck it is, I put some money on their wheel. I won a 100-gram Geiger.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, fuck. Yeah, 100-gram Geiger. I can't wait to get it.
Yeah,
Wow.
Silverman Family Values is a pretty cool channel.
Oh, yeah. But it's in the assay card and everything still.
Nice. I've got a 50-grammer of that. Yeah, you'll definitely have to put out a little video when you get it.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna. But Gilbert, Robert, you all have a good night.
Yep.
Amen, brother. God bless.
I'm gonna go throw some lumpia in the air fryer. Have a little
We got-
snack before I go to bed.
Yeah, we got to keep the beards going.
Woo!
And
Tonight's beard
hey,
night.
if you haven't already, come make sure you leave a comment on my comment video, because Wednesday I'm giving away a Philharmonic and a copper round.
Yeah, I saw that. You're 100 subscribers, and I know you're up to like what, about 115 now?
Something like that. But you know,
Yeah,
I'm just loving the community because it's so nice.
You can always drop that link in chat if you want. I think you're a mod.
I have no idea how to do it through Streamlabs. I'm still trying to figure it out for my own broadcast. But yeah,
Night,
last
y'all.
time I phoned the TV with my phone. But Gilbert, you have a good night. Robert, I'm gonna quit eating up your stream time. But you have a good night, my friend.
Yep. Have a good night, you guys. We'll
Bye-bye.
see you next one.
See you then.